2024-2022. Roll call, please.
Carlson.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
Dingfelder. Citro.
Yes, ma'am.
Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
And Goods.
Yeah.
We have a fiscal quorum.
All right. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Tonight is Thursday, February 24th, 2022. We're here at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, and tonight's quasi-judicial and other land use-related matters are being conducted with a live in-person quorum of City Council present in City Council chambers. However, in light of the continuing COVID-19 government-issued health standards or guidance in effect, members of the public have the ability to participate virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as communications media technology. The public and citizens of Tampa are able to watch, listen, and view this meeting on Spectrum Channel 640, Frontier Channel 15, and on the internet at www.tampa.gov/livestream, one word. A reminder that those people who want to participate remotely through CMT have been required to pre-register in advance of tonight's meeting by following the instructions at tampa.gov/city-council and the instructions for quasi-judicial hearings. Now, a CMT device for those who have pre-registered is required in order to participate. So you must have access to communications media device such as a tablet or a computer equipped with a camera and a microphone that will enable you to be seen by video and heard by audio by City Council members and all other participants. If you are an applicant, we make sure, please, that you are online and registered and also have your camera on and be available when your case is called up. Now, for those who have items that are not compatible, such as cell phones or smartphones, those do not allow you to share your camera when connected, and those will not allow you to participate. So please remember that, because otherwise, if you do not have access to a tablet or a video or a desktop, you will not be able to participate in tonight's hearings. Now, again, the discussion and instructions are available at tampa.gov/quasi, and the instructions are also set forth in the notice as set forth in the hearing. Now, for those who wish to appear in person using CMT who don't have access to a communications media device or unable to participate via CMT, you may come to the facilities at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, tonight on the second floor, where you will be able to use the communications media technology to speak with City Council and participate in the hearings. Please note that use of masks inside the building and social distancing is encouraged. Now, with regard to the people who are on the second floor, we ask that you keep your voices down and you be conscious of please remaining quiet to allow the audience downstairs to hear and also the speakers at the lectern to not be interrupted. Now, Council, you have had people have the opportunity to send in comments in advance via email. Those written comments have been distributed to City Council and will be included in the permanent record of the meeting. And also, those are also been uploaded for inspection at tampa.gov/agendas and then scrolling to the date of the meeting. All that being said, one last thing with regard to the GoToMeeting platform, which you use for video, there is a chat box. Please be reminded that the chat box is not to communicate with City Council members. It is only if you experience technical issues and have to contact technical staff. And finally, ladies and gentlemen of the public and also members of City Council, please be reminded that emails should not be sent in relative to any of tonight's meetings during the course of tonight's hearings. Same with texts. Council, I am advising you that if an email or a text should come in during the course of tonight's hearings, you are to ignore them, please. Those are not to be considered as they are not part of the record and outside of the public meeting. That being said, I'd ask that Council please do pass a motion to adopt these rules as set forth in the notice.
Moved to adopt by Mr. Maniscalco. Second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. All right, we're open for business.
Did you want to do item 1 first, sir? Item 1? or-
Yeah, item one, we'll do ceremonials, then we'll get the agenda items. Mr. Vieira.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Evening,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman. How are you, sir? Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to have with us here Scout Troop number 4, who will be doing the pledge today. They are here with their Scoutmaster, Mr. Duncan Belser. Also, Judge Tom Palermo is the Scoutmaster, but he wasn't able to be here today. So I'll let these fine youngsters come forward, and afterwards we'll have them, if we may, give their names and where they go to school. So go ahead. Go ahead, gentlemen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now, go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Jackson Fowler, and I go to Tampa Prep.
My name is Sean Steinzer, and I go to Tampa Prep as well.
My name is Landon King, and I go to Wilson Middle School.
Wilson Middle School.
My name is Skip Eckerd, and I go to Berkeley Prep.
Berkeley Prep.
My name is Wayne Belser, and I go to Robinson High School.
My name is Reed Wilson. I go to Tampa Prep.
Good evening. My name is Walker Wilson, and I also go to Tampa Prep.
Everybody. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vieira. Mr. Vieira, we got some cold cuts for you in the back when you get up here, sir. You need it.
Oh, I'll take them, all right. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Shelby, we'll start with the items.
I believe we have, do we have staff online to
Got
discuss
staff.
this?
Open the hearings up. Second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted.
And a reminder, council, items 2 through 4 are non-quasi judicial hearings, whereas items 5 through 12 are. Thank you. Okay. Who is present from staff?
I think we have Ms. Barnes there, right? And we have Ms. Wells. All right, we swear everybody in, Ms.
You won't well, you won't have to on 2
That's right,
through 4.
that's right. It's not non-quasi, okay.
Housekeeping? Ms.
Yeah,
Barnes?
housekeeping. Who's doing housekeeping tonight? Ms. Barnes, you?
Good evening, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Yes, there are a few items to clean up before you tonight. Item number 6 is REZ 2107. Additionally, item number 8 is AB2 2110. The applicant is requesting a continuance for both of these cases to be heard at the June 9th, 2022 public hearing. I do believe the applicant is here to speak on this request. The applicant will also need to waive or request to waive the required 180 days set forth in section 27-148 for item number 6 as well.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini. I'm the representative on both of those cases. And we respectfully request that they be continued and the council waive the 180-day time limit. We've encountered some last-minute site plan issues that we need to resolve. And I wanted to make sure that the staff had sufficient time to review the changes before we came back to council, because I didn't want to come back if we didn't have enough time to go through and make sure that we had satisfied their comments and their concerns. So we would respectfully request you continue those items, the rezoning as well as the AB that's pending before you this evening.
Mr. Shelby?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I see Ms. Rosario there. Ms. Rosario, is there anybody who wishes to speak from the public with regard to the continuance?
Can I make a statement?
Good evening, council member. Yes, there is one person here who has been sworn in and would like to speak about this item.
One person. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, council. Jared Brazel of Hillward Henderson, here representing Howard and Morrison LLC, whose principal is Andrew Wright. I'm here to speak in support of the continuance requested by Mr. Michelini. My client owns the Morrison, which is a mixed-use development located just across Howard Avenue from Green Lemon and Daily Eats. We've been in ongoing discussions with the applicant about our client's request that the applicant eliminate the parking waiver in its application by obtaining approval for off-site parking to serve these two restaurants. Mr. Michelini's indicated that he intends to seek approval of that off-site parking and needs some additional time for that to be approved by the city. So we fully support the requested continuance to a date that would allow sufficient time for those off-site parking approvals to occur. But with that, thank you for your time.
You represent Mr. Shelby?
Mr. Chairman, I understand from the speaker registration forms that there are people who are registered to speak on items 6 and items 8, and I wonder if Ms. Lucas is able to see if there's anybody who wants to address not the substantive matters, but only the request for the continuance.
I think Mr. Carlson had his hand up for say something. Your direction, sir?
Yeah, if I could just read a short statement. Previously, I abstained from voting on applications by this applicant representative because there was an outstanding non-party subpoena for documents and there were public records requests directed to me and related to this applicant representative, to which I still needed to respond. Those matters are no longer outstanding. The documents, all of my documents were filed at the latest this afternoon, so I do not believe that I need to abstain from voting on this matter. Thank you.
And just Mr. Carlson, just to be sure, for the record, that you can be fair and impartial with regard to this continuance, request for a continuance.
Yes, yes, and when I abstained before, it was just out of abundance of caution, but yes, I definitely.
Thank you.
That's 6 and 8, right?
6 and 8. Mr. Shelby, we did talk about this during, this is the green lemon situation?
I believe so. One of them.
Right. Okay, I did, for the record, I do have a roommate who is employed there, but he has no financial responsibility again with this case, neither do I, and I can be fair and impartial.
Thank you.
All right, we have folks who want to talk about the continuance?
If they do, if they choose to.
All right, Ms. Rosario, how many do we have? And
none downstairs, I believe.
none downstairs?
Registered for number 6, we have 3 speakers, but they're not logged in. And for number 8, we have 5, and they're not logged on as well.
Nobody logged
So
on.
no one
then.
logged on?
No.
Then that
All
answers
right.
that. Then thank you.
All right, motion to continue?
Council, just for the record, I did notify both of the affected homeowner associations that we'd be requesting a continuance.
All right.
And
so-
if we can, as part of the motion, again, the date and the time.
And the waiver of the 180 days.
And the way, thank you. With regard to item 6 alone, or just both of them? I'm sorry, I believe it.
6 and 8, right?
6. Okay.
6 and 8.
That'll
Motion by
be
Mr. Maniscalco. Second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Date and time, please.
Date and time? Madam Clerk, you have a date?
I have.
Ms. Barnes?
Mr. Michelini, is it June? I'm sorry, Ms. Barnes, go ahead.
Amy Barnes, Development Coordination. The request was for June 9th, 2022.
At 5:01 p.m.?
At 5:01, correct.
Thank you very much.
And that the hearings be heard consecutively.
Could you also make that note, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, got it.
Thank you. And I believe the rezoning, if I'm not mistaken, should be heard first, or is that?
That's correct. The
Okay.
rezoning must precede the AB.
Thank you. And also, with regard to the motion that was made, that it includes the waiver, accepting the waiver of 180 days, is that correct, the maker of the motion?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder? Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Vieira? Citro?
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent.
Thank you very much, Council.
All right, Ms. Barnes, you can continue.
Amy Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 12, AB 2203. The application was incorrectly noticed. Can you please remove this application from the agenda?
All right, Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Vieira, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Pardon me?
This was item 12.
12.
Item 12.
All right, Ms. Barnes, anything else?
That concludes the items to clean up before you tonight.
All right. Item number 2.
Good evening, Council. I'm Sean College with Planning Commission staff. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning, and I'm handling item 2. If I could share my screen, please. So this is Tampa Comprehensive Plan Amendment 21-23 regarding the coastal high hazard area. It is publicly initiated The state of Florida recently updated the coastal high hazard area for local governments, including the city of Tampa. The coastal high hazard area is not set by local government. It is set by the state as per state law. And the next plan amendment I'll be talking to you about after this is dealing with updating that geographic area in your comprehensive plan. But in researching that, we noticed there was a policy in the plan currently that could be misinterpreted, and we wanted to clean that up. It is Coastal Management Policy 1.1.2, which talks about the representation of the coastal high hazard area on the future land use map in a situation like we are right now, where the new area is established by state law, but we have not updated the comp plan yet. We felt it was appropriate to clarify this policy by stating that the coastal high hazard area is as defined by state law and defined in the comprehensive plan. So this would be a clarification that we think would serve the city of Tampa better. It is consistent with your existing policies in your comprehensive plan regarding the coastal high hazard area, namely Coastal Management Policy 1.1.1 and 1.1.4. And your Planning Commission reviewed this and has recommended that you transmit this plan amendment to the Department of Economic Opportunity with intent to adopt these changes. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right.
Second.
Wait, it's a public, it's a transmittal public hearing, if we can, just open up.
Mr. Moranis moved it.
What, This is a transmittal public hearing, so please ask if the public is
Is
available.
anybody in the second floor to talk on this item?
Lynn Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right. Anyone ready to speak on this item?
No registered speakers.
Move to close, please.
Mr. Miranda's moved it. Second by Mr. Citro, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Item number 3.
Did you move to, that was the motion to close. Was there a motion to transmit?
Right.
But that was made before we
Move to
took public
close.
comment, sorry.
Move to close, Mr. Citro, second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. All right.
Was that the motion to transmit? I'm sorry.
They haven't transmitted.
All right, move to motion transmit.
Councilman Miranda, second. Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. We good now, Mr. Shelby?
Sure, I don't believe we need a roll call vote unless council wishes.
No, I don't think we need that. Item number 3.
Thank you, council. Once again, Sean College Planning Commission staff. Item number 3 is Tampa Comprehensive Plan Amendment 21-24 regarding, it's a map amendment regarding the coastal high hazard area, and I'll share my screen. Again, the state of Florida has updated the coastal high hazard area, and as is required by law, the comprehensive plan needs to reflect the new area. So this is somewhat of a housekeeping item. There's no discretion at the local level. The state sets this area, and it is required to be within the coastal, the future land use map series. So this plan amendment this map amendment would delete the 2 maps in the comprehensive plan that reference the coastal high hazard area, the future land use map, and the coastal high hazard area public access map, and replace them with updated maps that reflect the new coastal high hazard area. This is consistent with their policies of your comprehensive plan, namely Coastal Management Objective 1.1 and Coastal Management Policy 1.1.1. And your Planning Commission has recommended that you transmit this plan amendment to the Department of Economic Opportunity with intent to adopt these changes. And I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions for the gentleman? All right, anyone here on the second floor to speak on this item?
Lynn Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right, anyone registered?
No registered speakers for this item.
All right, move to close by Mr. Citro, second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Second.
All right, move to transfer by Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. All right. Item number 4.
Good evening, council members. Melissa Dickens, Planning Commission staff. If I may share my screen, please. right, is the presentation up on the screen? I'm not
Yes,
seeing
ma'am,
it
it
on
is.
my end.
Yes, ma'am, your presentation's up on the screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, Melissa Dickens, Planning Commission staff. This item is TACPA 21-27. This amendment serves as the 10-year water supply facilities work plan update. A little background on this amendment. This is a publicly initiated amendment. It is somewhat of a routine update. It's conducted roughly every 5 years. State statute, Chapter 163, requires that local governments examine, evaluate, and update their comprehensive plans to be consistent with the Water Management District regional water supply plans. The Southwest Florida Water Management District updated their regional water supply plan in November of 2020, and this is the corresponding update to meet that requirement. There are a couple of different components of this amendment. The first is a detailed background report. That report includes projections, sources, and project options. And that was a multi-agency coordination effort involving Planning Commission staff, city staff, the Southwest Florida Water Management District, and information from Tampa Bay Water. In addition, I'll just note that that background report is not adopted. It is not going into the comprehensive plan. It is just for information. And then the amendment itself is to the potable water and infrastructure sections. The purpose of the amendment is to serve to meet the statutory requirement for the 10-year water supply facilities work plan. There are a couple of different components that are being updated. The first is to strike through the existing 10-year water supply facilities work plan table within the potable water section and replace it with the table that is listed in the packets. In addition, staff is also proposing some additional language in the potable water and infrastructure sections that speak to the interrelated nature of water and ensuring coordinated and holistic water resources planning. Staff did review the proposed amendment for consistency with the adopted comprehensive plan, found it consistent with many aspects of the plan. The full list of policies considered are in your packet. Specifically, some items to note: it is consistent with the regional water supply plan, and that coordination process did occur. Additionally, it is consistent with environmental objective 1.26, which speaks to reducing potable water demands through a variety of sources. It's also consistent with potable water objective 1.2, which speaks to ensuring that the potable water system can satisfy existing and projected demand. Staff did transmit the item for agency comment. It was sent out to multiple agencies, including the Water Management District and Tampa Bay Water. We received no objections from your reviewing agencies. We did receive responses from 3 agencies, but those agencies indicated they had no comment. And your Planning Commission recommends the proposed text amendment TACPA 21-27 be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan and transmit it to DEO with the intent to adopt. This concludes my presentation. I am available if there are any questions, and I believe city staff is also here if there are questions. Thank you.
Any questions for the lady? All right, being none, anyone in the public on second floor speak on this item? Anyone on the second floor to speak on this item?
Lynn Hertog, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Anyone registered?
No registered speakers.
Yes, sir. You recognize, sir?
Yeah, I'm going to vote against this. It has a lot of good ideas in it, and I hope the city implements some of these. But it says things about conserving water, educating about the conservation of water, which the city has turned down money from Tampa Bay Water to try to promote conservation. It's asking people to reduce potable water usage. It's promote. Anyway, there's a lot of good ideas in it. But if you look, the projection plans show that we're going to need, if I remember correctly, 94 MGD in 20 years. and this is talking about 120 MGD, and I didn't go through and highlight it, but there's just some language in here that is just borderline there's collaborative stuff in here. Tampa Bay Water and Swift Mud are both mentioned, but there's some language in here that I would refine that's not specifically designed around regional cooperation and looks to be supportive of the toilet to tap pure project. And so because of that, I'm just going to vote no. Thank you.
You want to refer back and address the Ms. Dickens?
Yeah, I'll just share that those items are part of the non-adopted background narrative. So those that data and analysis, as you mentioned, that is something that our staff worked on collaboratively with a number of different partners. But that is that background portion is not proposed to be adopted. It is for information purposes.
You good with that, sir?
If I may add something else to it, Mr. Chairman. When it's maintaining the potable water production capacity of the plant, what it is now, 120 million gallons. The plant cannot produce more than its ability, and the ability of that plant is 120 million gallons. That doesn't mean that it can produce 120 million gallons on a daily basis, but that's the capacity of that plant. It does not in any way interfere with the 82 million gallons certification that we have to maintain a daily average with Swift Mud and others. So that's it. That's all I'm going to say.
Alyssa, could I, sorry, and I didn't highlight this whole thing and print out to see which is in which part. So there's a whole part in there about how Tampa Bay Water, because the interlocal agreement, is not required to supply water, but they have in the past. And so it's like this language that walks this line that implies that we don't have sufficient water unless we develop it on our own. Are you saying that all of that is in the backup document that's not going to be in the plan? Or is it?
That's correct.
Because
yes, that is in the backup document, and I'll also share that this was provided to Tampa Bay Water. The full background document was provided to Tampa Bay Water, and they did not indicate any concerns.
Yeah, the problem is that the reason why I object to that language is because even though the interlocal agreement does not specifically guarantee a supply of water in the future, if we modify the interlocal agreement, we could get it because they've offered everything that we've needed, even the worst drought ever. But some people in the water department use that as the excuse to say, well, we're going to have to supply our additional water because nobody's going to supply it. And also, there's language in there about how we have this unique position because we were allowed to supply our own water. That was limited only to the Hillsborough River, not to any new potable source. So I just want to make sure I'm not voting on anything that includes any of that language. So the part that we're approving is only really the first like 3 or 4 pages?
That's correct. The items under the attachment C and attachment B, according to the cover sheet, the proposed language that is going into the potable water and infrastructure sections, and then the table that is replacing the existing table.
So can we just approve the first 4 pages, or we have to approve the attachments also?
The strike through underline is not specifically approving any attachments. That is provided as background information. So the only item that will be modifying the comprehensive plan are those strike through underline portions.
I would make a motion to approve with the assumption that the attachments are not included in the motion.
All right. We'll get to comments first, and then we'll come back to that. Mr. Brennan, you have something else?
No, this is something, am I correct in saying that it's not a new thing? It happens every 10 years or 5 years that we go through this process?
It does happen every 5 years within 18 months of when SwiftMud updates their regional water supply plan. Yes.
That's all.
Shall be recognized.
A question for Ms. Dickens. With regard, now, did you get a second on that motion? I didn't quite hear. I don't recall.
No.
No, say, okay. Then the question's moot unless there's a second on that motion.
We would need to close the plan.
I was going back to finish up anybody in the public on the second floor. If you want to make his motion, you can make his motion then, correct?
Well, I thought I heard him say he made a motion. Is that correct?
No, he was saying he wanted to make a motion, but I said, hold on.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, then we'll just wait then.
All right. Is anybody in the public to speak on this item? On the second floor. Anyone on the second floor speak on this item? I guess not. All right. Anybody registered to speak on this item?
No registered speakers for this item.
All right. Any close?
Second to close.
Second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Carlson?
Sorry, Ms. Dickens, how should I say this? I would move that we approve the strike-through language, but not the supporting documents. We would approve the strike-through language with the assumption that the supporting documents are not included in that motion.
Chairman, I put a substitute motion on that moves the transmittal process as presented.
Mr. Chairman?
Motion.
I did not hear a second to the motion. That motion may not even need to have a substitute.
Well,
Otherwise, we have to vote. Otherwise, we have to vote.
All right, he withdraws his motion, so I can make the motion.
That's fine too. That's fine too.
I move. Thank you all involved. I move to transmit as presented.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco.
TA-CPA 2127, item number 4.
Let's take a roll call on this one here.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder, Carlson,
I'm voting no only because it has that offensive language in the attachments. Thank you.
Maniscalco, Vieira, Citro,
Yes.
and Gould.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent, Carlson voting no, and Vieira being absent at vote.
All right. Thank you. Item number 5. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Just a reminder, again, items number 5 through 12 are quasi-judicial proceedings. And because of that, I'd like to just remind council of the necessity for you to disclose any ex parte communications, verbal communications, or anything that took place other than that which has been sent to City Council and has been uploaded by the clerk. Thank you.
All right. Item number 5.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Before we continue, can staff please be sworn in?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Barnes.
Thank you, Council. Amy Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 5 is REZ 21104. The subject property is located at 6907 North Nebraska Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from SHRS and SHCI to Seminole Heights PD. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude mine.
Thank you, Annie. Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission. If I could please share my screen. So as Annie stated, this is REZ 2104. This is located in the Central Tampa Planning District in the Seminole Heights Urban Village. And here's an aerial of the subject site, located generally at the corner of East Sly Avenue and North Nebraska Avenue. As one moves east of East Sly, there's some single-family detached housing in the area, but North Nebraska Avenue is primarily defined by those commercial uses, so heavy commercial uses along that corridor. This is a future land use map of the subject site. There are 2 future land uses, Community Mixed Use 35, which is the pink, and Community Commercial 35, which is the red color. The orange color to the north and east of the site is Residential 10, and then to the south is Residential 20. That is that brown color south of East Sly. So to encourage a high density mixed use development pattern, both the Community Mixed Use 35 and Community Commercial 35 future land use designations allow the consideration of residential, commercial, or a mixture of both uses. They also allow the applicant to utilize either dwelling units per acre or floor area ratio for residential development, whichever is more beneficial. So the applicant today is developing at an FAR of 1.96. Any development exceeding an FAR of 1 must meet bonus provisions in the City of Tampa Land Development Code. So to meet these bonus provisions, the applicant has entered into a bonus provision agreement to restrict 25 units as affordable housing for 30 years. And so the plan does support incentives such as density bonuses to include affordable housing in residential developments. So that's supported by the policy direction in the comprehensive plan. The plan also supports this type of development along the city's corridors. These are mixed use corridors, and the plan has anticipated this higher density residential development to support transit, infill, and employment and housing opportunities. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Barnes, I'm sorry, we had a little sidebar. I'm sorry about that. Did you finish your report on that?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Jennifer Malone just finished her
Okay, all right.
presentation.
I apologize.
She asked if there are, no problem, she asked if there are any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, Ms. Barnes, you may continue.
All right, can I please share my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
All right, great. Again, the applicant is Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. The applicant is proposing to rezone 6907 North Nebraska Avenue from Seminole Heights Residential Single Family Detached and Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive to Seminole Heights PD Planned Development to allow development of residential multifamily uses. The applicant is requesting waivers as shown on your screen here. Shown here is a survey of the property, approximately 133,000 square feet or 3 acres in size. Shown here are the elevations provided by the applicant. Shown here is the site plan showing proposed layout of the site. The proposed project is for a multi-family building with a total, with setbacks from the north of 10 feet, south 10 feet, east 10 feet, and west 13 feet. Proposed maximum building height is 58 feet or 5 stories. If you remember, council, this came before you and the applicant, and it was continued, and the applicant has reduced the height and the number of units as well. Shown here is an aerial map and the surrounding zoning. Property directly north is zoned Seminole Heights Residential and Commercial Intensive. Property zone Commercial Intensive is developed with motel. Property zone Seminole Heights Residential is developed with single family uses. Property directly west is zoned Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive and Commercial General, and such as convenience store and funeral parlor and vehicle repair shop. So there's a number of commercial uses and residential uses in the immediate area. In accordance with section 27-140, the applicant has submitted a bonus provision agreement to the legal department to increase the FAR from 1.0 to 1.96, and will be providing 25 affordable dwelling units restricted for rental or occupancy for a period of 30 consecutive calendar years. Shown here is the subject property facing south from Norfolk Avenue. Property along the south and further east or along Norfolk Avenue. Property east along Norfolk Avenue looking towards Nebraska. Shown here is the property directly south and adjacent to the site on Sly Avenue. And property on both sides of Sly Avenue towards Nebraska Avenue. The development review and compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the request inconsistent with the applicable City of Tampa land development regulations. Please refer to transportation, natural resources, and development coordination comments for overall inconsistency finding. Should council grant the waivers requested based on the waiver justification provided by the applicant, further modifications to the site plan must be completed in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? All right, we're from the applicant.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tyler Hudson, and my address is 400 North Ashley Drive. If you'd allow me to introduce the full house that I have here with me. First is Yates Dunaway with Crosland Southeast, who is the developer for the project.
All right.
I also have Sam Blinsky.
Tyler, let's get all your folks sworn in, okay?
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Yeah, let's do that.
Madam Clerk?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So just to rehash, we have Yates Dunaway with Crosland Southeast. Yates is the developer. I also have Sam Blinsky, who is one of the development partners. David Bell with Landmark is the project civil engineer. Ricky Patorica with Dark Moss is the project arborist. Jake Mirabella with Kittleson is our transportation and traffic engineer. And finally, we have Alex Shaler, a civil engineer with my law firm. Going to go ahead and share my screen. All right, can you guys see?
Not yet. Still don't have it yet.
I think the machine's working. Does that show up?
All right, we have it.
All right. So as Andy alluded to, this project first came before you fairly late in the evening on December 9th, and the conclusion of that, about 11:30 p.m., council was gracious enough to grant a continuance to come back here and talk a little bit about how we've made the project more responsive to some of the concerns we heard from council, but also really more from the neighborhood. As Andy alluded to, this is a kind of an Oklahoma-shaped parcel in Seminole Heights. It's at the intersection of Nebraska and Sly, which, as I'm going to allude to in a second, is a pretty significant intersection. I think it's just a shade over 3 acres. The development proposal, just so you have an orientation, you're looking at up is north. The site's going to have access to the south off of Sly. Loading will be to the north off of Norfolk. There is going to be some activation fronting Nebraska Avenue. That cutout you see in the lower left corner is currently a Marathon gas station. That is not part of the development proposal. That's why it's shaped as it is. The project will have a community room located on the first floor fronting Nebraska Avenue that will be available not just for folks who live in the community, but live in the building, but also in the neighborhood at large. There is a typo on screen. We are not providing 593 parking spaces. We're actually providing just 293. We are not seeking a parking waiver. So the building is 4 stories, and as Yates is going to talk about a little bit later, that the reduction down to 4 stories was one of several changes that were made in response to the neighborhood. One thing that I think may have been lost a little bit in the shuffle on December 9th was transit. So this is at the project. This is between Sly and Norfolk on Nebraska Avenue. That's a Metro Rapid stop. So the Metro Rapid is Route 400. That's tied for the most frequent route that Hart has. It is a 15-minute interval. It runs about 20 hours a day. So this line right here, this project is located at what is really the closest Tampa currently has to rapid mass transit. And so when we talk about transit-oriented development, that is exactly what this looks like. I think it's noteworthy because the Route 400 connects 2 really critical areas of the city, downtown and USF. And again, those 15-minute intervals really does provide for, if you note the adjacency, if you kind of squint, you can see the adjacency to the public supermarket. This is the type of project where getting around the city, getting to work, getting to school, getting downtown is possible with some of the limited public transit options that Tampa currently has. As Jennifer alluded to, the site's split on the comp plan. It's red and pink, but as you all see, a lot of these projects, these are actually generally the same category. Technically, the red allows some more industrial uses, but they both allow you to develop based on FAR, which is what we're doing, starting with a 1.0, going up to a 2.0 with bonus. And as I note on this side, these are screenshots from the comprehensive plan. the attributes of CC 35 and CMU 35, which are expressed uniformly in the comprehensive plan, really talks about the type of project we're presenting, where you're talking about a consistent street wall, you're talking about building heights that are up to 5 stories. Our parking garage is 5 stories, the residential building's actually 4. Building heights that are highest at major intersections, that's what Slide, Nebraska is. So we appreciate and support, or agree with the support that the Planning Commission staff has in finding this consistent. We believe this is exactly the type of housing supply that's transit oriented that we need a lot more of. We do have staff support in certain areas. I want to be clear about that. The Planning Commission has found this consistent, and from a legal perspective, development orders do need to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, which I think the expert staff report that you have, as well as some of the materials we've provided, we believe evidences that. Certain city reviewing agencies have found us consistent. Those are on screen. As Annie alluded to, we do have an inconsistency finding that we believe we can resolve through the waivers, which are the fairly typical waivers that you see in projects like that. And I'm going to go ahead and talk about those right now. So the waivers really address dimensions, loading, which candidly, gentlemen, I think every project that I bring before you deals with this loading issue, green space and buffering, and finally, we'll talk a little bit about the tree waiver we need. Ricky Pederica is actually going to take care of that. So on dimensions, this is a somewhat strange request. Typically, PDs, you establish your own setbacks. So you don't ask for waivers from setbacks. You just say what they're going to be. Because this is in Seminole Heights, which has its own zoning code, there's a somewhat strange build to line requirement that's based on the block averaging. So if you see the red box, we're about 13 feet setback. We think that's exactly what the comprehensive plan requires, bringing activation up to the street level. But under the code, because strangely enough, you'd have to be 70 feet because of that Marathon gas station. So we just think that's really wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make things look good. You have a giant yard right in front of a bus stop. So that's the first waiver we need, and which we believe is appropriate. Switching to the other side of the project, on the east side, one thing we heard a lot from the neighborhood about was the desire for sort of some walk-up units. So it's not just a sheer building. In order to accommodate that, the 20-foot setback that the code would require in Seminole Heights is really too far. So we want to bring that back to 10 feet, which we think is very, very reasonable and allows for the type of street articulation that you see in the rendering. Loading, our code, as requires an enormous number of loading spaces, except in areas like, for example, West Shore. We're supposed to have 3. We have 2. We have these 2 12 by 30 loading berths. Crosland is a very prolific real estate developer of multifamily products. And strongly believes that these 2 12 by 30 loading berths are going to be more than adequate. This isn't a student housing project where it's a week of chaos, 2 weeks a year of chaos. And we do not expect there to be any negative consequences from the 2 as opposed to 3 loading berths on site. And of course, the continuous maneuver, the code requires that this loading happen in one continuous maneuver. Absent being in the parking lots at Raymond James Stadium, it's really tough in any site that's an urban infill deal to accommodate one continuous maneuver. You build the entire site just for the occasional moving van. So we are asking for a waiver there, which I think council has granted for similar projects in the past. On green space, buildings that are 6 stories and up have different green space requirements than buildings that are 5 stories and lower. In response to the neighborhood's concerns, this building was initially going to be 6 stories. We brought it down, but by bringing it down, our green space requirement went through the roof. And so we're asking for a waiver to go from 350 square feet to 82. We think that 82 number is actually going to be higher, that we are going to be able to provide more, particularly in the courtyard you see circled. But at an abundance of caution, we do want to request this waiver. If we only do 82 square feet, we will be paying the city $300,000 for that fee. Buffering, to the west, again, these kind of, because of Seminole Heights, there's some odd setback buffer requirements that are a little different than you typically see outside of Seminole Heights. Requires 15 feet. We want to move it a little bit back to 10. It requires a masonry wall. We want to do PVC, and the reason for that is a PVC wall as opposed to a cement block wall it allows a lot better options for tree replanting. Masonry is pretty rough on root formation. So to the extent that we're going to be providing all new trees in this area, the PVC wall is going to accommodate that much better. And now I'm going to let Ricky talk a little bit about trees.
Good evening, Council. Ricky Pederica with Dark Moss. I have been sworn. You can see the dates of the buildings shown around the property. They're about 70 years old, which is about the lifespan of a laurel oak, a fast-growing, short-lived tree, which makes up more than half of the trees on this property. 10 of the 12 grand trees on this property are laurel oaks that are over-mature, and every one of them is considered hazardous. No, there isn't a single tree on the property graded good that isn't a palm tree. So that forest makeup, and combined with the bonus provision that we're going for with this property, with the bonus agreement, requires some relief on the retention percentage. And of course, we'll replant the max we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Ricky. And so just a couple of notes on Precedent. This project is fairly similar to two projects nearby. The first is Notch, which is just a couple blocks south on Nebraska Avenue. Like us, it's 45 stories. Annie mentioned in her overview that the height's 58. That's correct when you include the elevator overruns and everything, but really the roof height's about 45 feet, so it's comparable. Similar, this is CMU CC 35, another example of transit-oriented development. Also, draw your attention to height. This is another council-approved project. This is actually 55 stories over on Florida Avenue, a little bit further south, but we think this type of infill project is appropriate. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan. I note that unlike this, we're not surface parking, that we're using the space in a much more intentional and positive way. Affordable housing, 10% of the units in this project are going to be income restricted. That's 25 units. The majority, 13, will be at 80% AMI limits, which the income limits there are on screen. 12 units will be at 120% AMI limits. And that's going to be by 30 years, those rent limits have to be affordable for those income limits based on the state guidance, which is published annually. And with that, I'm going to ask Yates to talk a little bit about community outreach.
Thanks. Thanks, Council, and thanks, staff, for your help through this process. We've tried to take a very hands-on and engaged approach with the neighbors. In Seminole Heights, there are really two associations that are very well organized and structured, the Old Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association and also the Northeast Seminole Heights Neighborhood Watch. And so in addition to the 3 public meetings that we've hosted, we've been in phone conversations and emails, et cetera, with I would say the leaders of those 2 organizations as we've tried to modify our plan to suit their feedback. And we've made the commitment to them that if we are fortunate and successful to get council approval, we're going to continue their involvement as this project inches closer to actually being final design and breaking ground. On the screen now are the majority of the changes that we've made, or some of the more significant changes we've made since the let's see there. That's okay. Since the December 9th hearing. So we've reduced the height by a floor, and in doing so, we have reduced the unit count by 40 units. That was out of request from the neighbors. Additionally, we have included, instead of going through to achieve the bonus density from 1.0 to up to almost 2.0, instead of using the landscape waiver, we've gone with the affordable housing waiver. It's no secret to council that affordable housing is in need in Tampa and quite frankly nationwide. I think so. This using this provision allows us to do that, and we also think that affordable housing is important, but what's probably as important or more important is just increase in supply, increase in housing stock. So the more supply you have, the more affordable housing can become. And so we think that by keeping it at 245 units and providing this 10% of affordable housing, we're satisfied by those goals. And I'll close in saying we were pleased with a lot of dialogue to get a letter of support from the Old Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association in support of the project.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. We'll look forward to answering any questions you have.
Any questions for the gentleman? Mr. Maniscalco, you recognized?
A quick question. You have 10% of the units as affordable units, which were 25, I believe, and in the original presentation, or the original idea was no affordable units, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if you go over that 10%, I know we keep it at that number, but does it affect does it no longer make your project profitable? Could you go even further? I'm not asking you to, I'm just saying in general, why is it, is that 10% the max where then it changes all the finances of the project?
So first, just so everyone I think is on the same page, and Ms. Wells can jump in on this. The 10% is the number from section 27-140 of the code that it just says to get the bonus, you provide 10% of the project dwelling units as affordable with that 80 to 120 range. I'll let Yates, who's the expert on development, talk about, I don't think it's all that profit, it's more, can you get financing?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I do believe 10% more or less is that break point. The price that we're paying for the land is actually a very insignificant piece of the overall development budget. And so hypothetically speaking, even if the land were free, just due to, development costs continue to go through the roof. It would to Tyler's point, it does make it, or should begin to make it just unfinanceable from a bank construction loan standpoint, et cetera, if you go much more than that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Anything else, Mr. Hudson?
No, sir. Thank you for your time.
All right. Is there anyone to speak on the second floor on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. Yes, I have two people here who would like to speak on this item, and both of them have been sworn in.
Thank you, Ms. Eileen.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Christy Hess, and I have been sworn. I moved to Northeast Seminole Heights in 1994 at a time when most of the residents were elderly and no longer able to care for their property. The homes needed repairs, and the next generation decided that newer homes further outside of town were a better option. My husband and I decided to stay and make repairs. And now homes throughout our neighborhood are renovated and highly desired. We were fully aware of the issues and reputation of Nebraska Avenue when we chose to stay put. As we repaired our home, it became evident that improvements were needed along Nebraska Avenue. The big issues were the illicit and illegal activities taking place day and night, and not just on Nebraska Avenue, in front of our home. Taking those issues into account, we decided to join a small but determined group of neighbors to fight the prostitution that existed along Nebraska Avenue. We partnered with TPD, and after 5 years of patrolling Nebraska Avenue from 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. every weekend, we made a significant dent in that issue. The crime rate dropped, and houses throughout the neighborhood started being renovated. That was great. Now we needed desirable businesses to move in. We worked for 3+ years on the Seminole Heights Vision Plan, detailing what we wanted the area to look like. In the early 2000s, we were told, oh, make it walkable. That's what we need, with the understanding that mass transit would exist in the future. While mass transit remains elusive, this project definitely meets the vision we had for our neighborhood. Thank you to the developer for working with us to make that vision a possibility. This evening, you get the opportunity to let the residents who have worked in good faith for 20 years finally see our vision materialize by approving this project. We used traffic as an issue to stop previous development across the street 15 years ago. That did not work in our favor. You should not prevent projects that meet the vision plan created by the residents and adopted by City Council from becoming reality. It's time for this section of Nebraska Avenue to be as enticing as our homes are. And this project is a big step towards that goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Susan Long, and I live at 921 East Broad Street, better described as the corner of Broad and 10th. The proposed apartment complex, Evelyn City Apartments, would be a 4-story residential complex. The complex will be on the corner of Nebraska and Flora, and I'm fully in support of this development. First, the developer, can't read my own handwriting, has worked with the neighborhood to make the apartment complex more compatible with our wants and needs. It is rare that we encounter a developer who is that willing to modify plans to meet the demands of the surrounding residents. Second, there has been zero interest in developing Nebraska Avenue north of Sly in over 15 years. It's time. Development in Seminole Heights has flourished south of Sly, but nothing has flourished north of Sly. It's past time for the development and improvements north of Sly. Traffic concerns are actually not an issue of the developer. He does not have control, although they have said that they are more than willing to work with FDOT, the city, and if necessary, the county to improve that intersection. Of the traffic, I probably would be the most affected by this development. As people strive to leave our neighborhood and go downtown or to USF, there are only 2 exits to our little square. One is on Sly and the other is on Broad, which is where I live. The logical route for those residents to take to get from Broad Street is down 10th, my side yard is on 10th, and across Broad to Nebraska. Fourth, the developer is including 10% of the development as affordable housing. Affordable housing, as we know, is a major issue here and throughout the country. This was the developer's response to our requests. Fifth, this apartment complex is appropriate for our neighborhood and consistent with the future development of Seminole Heights as approved by the city of Tampa and many years ago approved by the residents of Seminole Heights. This apartment complex would be on predominantly vacant land that is currently a trash dump, although it is used somewhat for soccer games. On the edge of this property is a Heartline bus stop heading toward the north, and on the opposite side, another Heartline stop heading toward downtown. One of the area's complaints is the trash and unsavory persons that are always at that bus stop. By putting in this new development, these problems, I believe, will disappear or at least be diminished. If this were 150 to 200 feet from my house, I would love it. I would make my corner of Evelyn City quieter and less inviting to the general malaise that runs up and down Nebraska Avenue. I totally support this development. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else to speak on this item on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There's no one else here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Right. Anyone ready to speak on this item?
Yes, we have 6 registered speakers and they're logged on. If you can please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Can they be brought up on the monitors, please?
We don't have them on the monitor yet. Still don't have them on the monitor yet. All right, 1, 2, okay, all right, then we have them.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, we'll start with Lynn Hertog. I think you're still muted, Lynn.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn Hertog. I'm at 5914 North Tampa Street, and I have been sworn in. I'm the Vice President of the Old Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association. We want to thank Council for its commitment to balancing neighborhood concerns with necessary development as our city grows. We appreciate developer Crossland Southeast meeting with residents in the northeast section of our neighborhood again earlier this month and responding to the concerns voiced at the last council meeting. At the last meeting, OSHNA asked for 20% of apartments to be set aside for workforce and affordable housing so that our neighbors and their families can afford to live there. The developer agreed to 10%. Neighbors were concerned about the overall scale of the development, so Crossland Southeast decreased density from 285 units to 245 and reduced the height of the apartments to 4 stories instead of 5. We support these changes. Traffic remains a significant concern. While the second traffic study commissioned by the developer showed the apartment would have minimal impact on current traffic issues, those of us who drive that stretch of Nebraska and Sly know that any additions to the current traffic pattern will be too much. However, we received word last night that the city has agreed to a temporary adjustment of signal timing next week to allow for a longer green light for westbound Sly traffic. If that proves helpful, we hope the change will be permanent. The developer is also pushing for a protected left turn lane southbound onto Nebraska, and we support its efforts. Both city staff and FDOT are now more aware of these issues, and we are cautiously optimistic that we will see continued improvement. The Seminole Heights Vision Plan also encourages active streetscapes. The developer has agreed to set aside the space fronting Nebraska for use as a community room for the short term, building it to be able to house retail once the corridor can support it. The apartments facing 10th Street and Norfolk will now be walk-up townhouse-style units. Crossland Southeast agreed to extend the sidewalks to 6 feet and pull them in from the street edge so that appropriate shade trees and plantings can help activate the streetscapes for current and new residents. The developer is also working with OSHNA on incorporating arts and crafts style building lighting and similar features to the facade. It also agreed to add public art to the enclosed parking garage. New development can be difficult, and we respect that not every resident is enthusiastic about these apartments. However, OSHNA appreciates Crossland Southeast's willingness to listen to residents' concerns and modify the development of this property, and we support the changes it has agreed to make.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll hear next from Ms. Collins.
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Collins, and I am a recent graduate living at home in Lakeland with my parents. I commute to Tampa every day for my job, and I currently spend about $60 a week and can spend up to 3 hours a day driving to and from work. As a young adult, I want to start my life and move to Tampa. But housing options in the city can cost anywhere from $2,500 to $3,000 a month, which is not exactly within my budget for someone like me also. I am in favor of this project because it will give young adults like myself more options for affordable living and the opportunity to develop my career in Tampa. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I can't see the last in that well. Megan?
Good evening. My name is Megan Isofano, and I live at 7701 North Taliaferro. I'm one of those young people that started my journey in Seminole Heights a few years ago. I bought my first house there just north of the Sly exit. I was one of those dreamers that said, remember, somebody's going to be able to develop just the way that I want to develop. I've been one of those young people that have renovated my homes, and now there's an opportunity for continued growth and success for people just like me in the Seminole Heights area. This project and this development will allow that opportunity for many others to enjoy Seminole Heights like I have, to visit the local restaurants, to live and work in the same area that they love to be in. This has meant a lot for me to be a part of this on the back end, on this side, so I thank you all for taking the time. I see the public transit, which obviously allows for many others that don't have the same opportunities that I would with a car to transit down to Tampa. But really, this is about experiencing the Seminole Heights culture, the vibrant lifestyle, kind of merging of worlds, the young and the old, as they say. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from Josh next.
Yes, good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. It's nice to be on the citizen end of these conversations for once. I'm actually, I live within about a home run distance of this site, about 1,000 feet from where I sit right now. So it's nice to be on this side for once. Overall, I want to just say a few things. Overall, this is a very good project. There's a lot of really great things that not only were the developer bringing to the table to begin with, but also has agreed to from the community's desires. This is first and foremost, this is really great density for a transit corridor. I ride the 400. A lot of folks ride the 400. It's totally underutilized, but in terms of transit, Tyler Hudson is correct. This is as close to bus rapid transit as Hillsborough County and Tampa gets. So it's totally worthwhile and expected to use the property along a corridor like this for this sort of development. 10% affordable units, also a fantastic addition. And then the last thing I was going to really point out in terms of being a positive project is the scale and density. 1.96 FAR is something that I work on transit-oriented development around the country. That's pretty standard, and for Tampa, that's really actually excellent. So this is in line with a lot of best practices in that regard. Really, only inconsistencies that staff has found or that the community may find, a lot of those inconsistencies are reflections of our lackluster code in a lot of instances. So being the parking requirements, for example, or the setbacks being 70 feet from Nebraska. Some of those are just legacy things that are things we wouldn't want if we rewrote the code today anyway. So in fact, I think in a lot of ways it's inconsistent because it's better than our code. So I still think there's a little room to improve design-wise. I know the developer is willing to continue to work with the community, and that's great. So I'm hoping to have a more productive conversation as to keep that productive conversation going as time goes on. And with your approval, I think this makes for what I'm hoping is a really great trend for both Nebraska, but also Florida Avenue and other major transit routes in the city with this similar scale of zoning. So. With that, I thank you for your time, and it's nice to see all of you.
You recognize?
Question for the witness, if I may. John, do you have the Who tickets yet?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. It's been my 7th time seeing them, and I got them. Don't worry, Councilman.
Thank you.
Mr. Miranda, about the Who you, Mr. Vieira?
I have mine. By the way.
All right, we have Mark.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. I appreciate you letting me speak on this. My name is Mark Court. I'm a resident at 1809 East Knollwood Street, pretty close proximity to what we're talking about. I'm also a real estate broker, and I work in this immediate area. I'm in support of this. I'm not going to, spend a lot of time. I feel like everybody before me has done a great job expressing the issues at hand. I have clients that purchased in the last 18 months in the immediate area on North 9th Street. They expressed to me that they were in support. I double checked with them before I agreed to this. And as expressed, the affordable housing is an issue, and the addition of 10% I think will be helpful. So I think with that, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll have Rod speak next. No, sir, you're still muted, I believe. Is he muted?
Mr. Hatch, click on the microphone that's on the panel. It's a red crossed out mic. Just click on that to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Good evening, City Council. My name is Rod Hatch. I'm at 1013 East Patterson Street, 5 blocks up from this potential project and 2 blocks in from Nebraska. However, that being said, I can empathize with the concerns from the neighbors right across the street on Norfolk and 10th. Some of the initial concerns that I heard from various neighbors, I believe were absurd. For instance, losing green space. This plot of land is not green space, but a litter-strewn fenced-in yard, complete with shopping carts and used needles that does more to assist the sex and drug trade in our area than kids playing soccer. Furthermore, there's McDougal Park just 2 blocks up Sly, which is huge and completely underutilized. Losing green space in this instance is not a reason. I was also surprised to have some of my neighbors concerned about how much rent the developer was planning on charging. They asked the developer to provide more affordable rents. Personally, I want the developer to charge as much as they can because it's going to help everyone's property value, whether you're right next to it or 5 blocks up the street. However, if you're a renter, I can understand your concern, but I have news for you. Rent's going up anyway. However, to my surprise, the developer did make some accommodations. Then a few neighbors were concerned that it was 5 stories, and here I kind of agreed with them. But again, the developer made a concession and reduced it to 4 stories. The one concern that can't get skirted around is traffic at Sly, Nebraska, especially with the new city complex being built on Hannah. However, the bottom line is traffic is going to get worse regardless, and it's not a simple solution. However, once again, I understand the developer is making some headway with the county for a dedicated turn lane. Again, we have a developer that's willing to invest resources to make this work. Density was another issue that got brought up. However, with more density comes more local commercial businesses, which inherently brings more walkability and more city services. This is a plus for the long-term growth and property values in the area. Additionally, I believe this project will attract a specific demographic, and we've heard from a couple of them today, to our area, which will be proactive and an asset to our community in Seminole Heights. Moreover, the county has designated this intersection for the increased density that this project brings. Sorry. Lastly, I want to get back to empathizing with the neighbors that will be right across the street. If my home were there now, I would be in an area with numerous hotels a stone's throw away from my home, catering to transients in the sex trade. The Haven Motel is right on the corner of Norfolk and Nebraska. They're not even safe to walk past us after dusk. Even in daylight, it's very sketchy. The bus stop right there is always in shambles, full of litter and people sleeping or twerking out on drugs. None of you nor I wouldn't dare send my son or daughter to this bus stop. Police are called to the spot on a daily basis. If it were me living right across the street, nothing will increase the property values faster or reduce the amount of transient hotels in Primal, Nebraska than projects like this. I'd be 100% for this project. Voting against this project would be a big mistake to our community in Northeast Seminole Heights. I hope City Council does support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right. Mr. Hudson, anything else?
No, Chairman, just appreciate your time. Appreciate your this council letting us have a couple more months to work out some of these issues, which I think we're very proud of the community support that it resulted in. And it took up a lot of your time back in December, so I'm going to go ahead and close. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, I think it was a total of 25 affordable units.
Yes, sir. 25, 13 that are at the 80% income limits, and 12 that are at the 120% rent limits, which is what the bonus code provides.
All right. Any questions from anyone else?
Move to close.
Mr. Citrus, move to close. Second by Mr. Rand, all in favor? Any opposed? Mr. Vieira, would you mind taking number 5?
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I read a resolution or an ordinance, excuse me, being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 6907 North Nebraska Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification SHRS, Seminole Heights residential single family, to SHCI, Seminole Heights commercial intensive, to SHPD, Seminole Heights Plan Development Residential Multifamily, providing an effective date.
All right, second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call.
Dingfelder, Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda, and Gould.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 17th at 9:30 a.m.
And if I may, sir, I hereby move the substitute resolution.
I believe that's going to be for second reading. That's the
My apologies.
bonus.
I'm sorry. Long day.
All right, item number 7.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 7 is AB 2011. The subject property is located at 703 North Willow Avenue. Before I continue, can I please share my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. You just blow it up for us a little bit.
Alrighty. Great. Again, the property is located at 703 North Willow Avenue. This case was previously continued from the December 9th City Council hearing, and prior to that, the September 23rd public hearing. The applicant is proposing a special use 2 for a small venue, beer, wine, and liquor for consumption on premises and package sales off premises. The proposed use is a bar and lounge and microbrewery for a total AV sales area of 2,332 square feet. Proposed hours of operation will be Monday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. There are no AB establishments within 250 feet, but the applicant is requesting a 96% reduction in parking from 48 spaces to 2 spaces. So I just want to give a brief history of the requested design exceptions for the subject property. DE 121-243 was submitted in July of 2021 and approved to reduce a buffer. A parking waiver was initially requested as part of that DE1, but retracted because the applicant was going to seek a parking reduction waiver through the AB2 application process. DE 12256 was submitted in November of 2021 to waive West Tampa overlaid building design standards and features. Payment for that DE1 was received yesterday. DE 12277 was submitted in December of 2021, but it was determined to be a duplicate application request of DE 12256 and subsequently closed. Separate from the DE1 applications, staff has received documents and a lease regarding a possible off-site parking at 710 and 712 North Newport Avenue, but it was determined that the subject site for the parking had already been approved by petition to be sole parking for 1221 West Cass Street per special use application SU2 1614. Shown here is an aerial map and the surrounding zoning, as well as the subject site. Shown here is part of the site plan showing the building with proposed AV area. And again, another portion of the site plan with more detail with the AV area. Shown here is shown here is the subject property at the intersection of West Cass and North Willow Avenue. Another viewpoint of the intersection of West Cass and North Willow Avenue, looking towards downtown. Shown here is property southeast, southeast of the subject site. Apologies, southwest of the subject site. Shown here is property along both sides of North Willow Avenue. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds it inconsistent with the applicable City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. Minor corrections to the site plan are needed between first and second reading if approving. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Ms. Velez, your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson-Velez, Senior Assistant City Attorney. I just wanted to remind council, and I know Annie went through the history of design exception applications because back in December, council continued this application because there was some confusion as to whether or not there was a design exception that was either applied for or granted for parking, off-site parking for this location. And so I believe that her synopsis of the design exceptions and the fact that apparently there is not one for off-site parking for this location, and just was intended to clarify that the 96% reduction is in fact what's still being requested.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify that, remind council.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anything else, Ms. Barnes? All right, we'll swear the applicant in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Nick Frassi. I'm the registered agent for this project. I live at 2513 West Cherry Street, so I'm actually a community member for this project as well, as it's right around the corner. I'm speaking on behalf of Joseph and Barbara Comesso, who are the property owners. After our last meeting with City Council, we were given a continuance to work on the off-site parking issues as discussed in the last meeting. We have worked diligently to find sufficient parking and get the application approved, but as everyone on the council knows, parking in the areas is and always will be an issue, especially with new development projects in the North Hyde Park area, especially when utilizing existing buildings. So we have a 5-year lease with Soho Cash Street LLC, which is the owners of 1221 West Cash Street. We understand that the city does not recognize this as approved for the parking at that location. We're asking you to look past this detail and consider the lot for our use. The lot is capable of 18 to 20 parking spaces. Currently, Buddy Brew leases out the building, so the use on the building is actually not consistent, or I guess the use listed within the Hillsborough County Property Appraiser and et cetera is not consistent with what it's actually being used for. Buddy Brew leases it for their roasting operation for their retail location, so there's actually no retail operation happening at that location. And the parking is currently primarily and only being used by the marketing facility, which is owned by Barbara and Joey Comesso as well. During normal business hours, they don't utilize any of the spots, like I mentioned, in that lot. We're asking you to consider the hours of operation for this proposed establishment will minimally overlap the hours existing, the marketing as well as the roasting facility at 1221 Cass. As well, during those proposed hours, there's ample street parking as well as on the right of way. We've also spoken with the owner of 1220 West Cass Street, which is the diagonal property to the 703 North Willow. And they have said that they would sign a lease for us to use their spots as well when they're not, but we have not signed one yet, as we would face the same situation from City Council or from the legal team in parking, that they wouldn't approve it because they're already using those lots in their eyes, which we definitely understand, but we're trying to work around it and find additional parking without, going vertical, which is, can't do it. So we're asking the council to look at the lots 1221 and 1220 West Cass and consider these for our projects, as well as street parking and scooter and communal bikes as well. Our hope is that most of the patrons coming to the establishment will be from the North Hyde Park area neighborhood and will not need a vehicle. It will be walking for most of them. Lastly, we've spoken and received support from neighborhood associations like the North Hyde Park Alliance. The goal of the West Tampa redevelopment project is growth in the area. Small businesses are pivotal in this change, as you know. Unfortunately, those who are not large development companies who can afford new structures and have the ability to do vertical parking, we're left to make do with what's around us. So we're trying to make this a place where people in the North Park area at West Tampa can walk, have a drink, meet up with friends, and have a place in their neighborhood to call their own. So that's kind of what I had, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Citro, you recognize?
This, I'm seeing on the report, is a microbrewery.
Yes.
That is correct. So I'm guessing you're going to be selling growlers and your own brewed beer.
Yes, I think we addressed this question last time for use on premises, but there will be minimal carry out.
But the request is for alcohol
package sales as well.
Regardless. So you'll be able to sell you're requesting to sell hard liquor?
No. For at the brewery or for the establishment as a whole?
For the establishment as a whole. You
For the
have
establishment
off
as a whole,
premises.
yes. Yes,
So,
liquor.
but my question is that you're a microbrewery and you're going to be selling your own brew. But yet you're going to
Yes.
also be considered a package store.
Correct. So there'll be a
Thank you.
microbrewery
Thank you very much. I
aspect.
appreciate it.
Okay.
Any other questions for the gentleman? All right, anyone here on the second floor to speak on this item?
Lynn Hertog, Development Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Is there anyone registered to speak on this item?
No one is registered to speak.
Mr. Maniscalco, move to close. Second by Mr. Randall, in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Maniscalco, would you like to take this, sir?
Thank you very much. Watching in the back, so I heard everything. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance approving a special use permit S2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises, and package sales, off premises consumption, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor, on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 703 North Willow Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Second, Mr. Vieira, roll call vote, please.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Citro,
No.
Miranda,
No.
Dingfelder, and Goods.
No.
Motion did not carry with Citro, Miranda, and Goods voting no, and Dingfelder being absent.
Well, I guess that's going to be coming back. Well, I think the developer, the petitioner deserves to have a full council.
Oh, absolutely.
And
It
we
was
can
a-
hold it for a month or whatever. I want to be fair in everything that we try to do right.
And again, the vote was
3-3.
3-3.
3-3.
3-3.
Okay, if I can, Mr. Chairman. I believe Mr. Miranda is suggesting another date further down than the next regular meeting to give the opportunity for the full council to be back.
If that is a motion, I will second it.
Well, the question is, what would be the date? Maybe staff can assist.
Ms. Barnes?
It could be at a regular meeting, obviously, the next regular meeting, generally, but it could be to another date.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. So let's look at the case schedule.
Well, it doesn't have to be the night meeting.
Hey, Andy, I don't mean to jump in. I'm sorry. Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination.
Yes.
Council, just so I could address that, typically, I think Mr. Shelby pointed that out. I believe if it's a tie vote, you continue to the next available regular daytime public hearing to provide the applicants, it's not an extended period of time so they can get that full council vote. I just wanted to add that.
But if I understand correctly, Councilmember Dingfelder will not be at the next regular meeting. Did I hear that correctly?
Probably will not.
I can't speak for him, but I guarantee you, I don't believe he
Yeah, I don't
can.
believe so.
So then-
After
so
major
then-
surgery, excuse me, yeah.
So then the question is, then a petitioner shall have the right to continue until there are a minimum of 5 members. If there's less than a full council, then a petitioner, let's see, did I say that correctly? Oh, yes, here we go. If a motion in a quasi-judicial matter fails to receive 4 votes, the motion fails. So the motion did not carry. And if another motion in order is not made, which could be to any date, the public hearing shall be automatically reopened and continued to a time certain at the next regularly scheduled council meeting. In that, Councilmember Dingfelder is unlikely to be there. Is there another date, Mr. Chairman or staff, a regular meeting day after March 3rd? Did you want, Mr. Petitioner, did you want March 17th?
I would say March 17th at the
Yeah.
earliest.
At the earliest, is that, sir, is that your request, March 17th, or did you want later than that? Mr.
Are
Francis?
you asking me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's fine.
March 17th then, so the hearing is reopened automatically, and it is continued then now to March 17th as, what time would that be, council? Let me just find out. Would that be during the 1:30 review hearing period? Or the 9:30 second readings? What time we need to schedule to a certain particular time
What's that
for notice
calendar
reasons?
look like on the 17th? 17th. Oh, yeah.
We've got a lot of staff reports. A lot of staff reports.
And 2 review hearings also set for 1:30, so.
Mr. Chair, I'd say 9:30.
We'll say 9:30, probably be heard at 9:30, but we can put on it. We can put it on for the morning session, but it probably will be heard at 9:30.
Did you want it at 9:30, 10:30?
Do it about 10:30, Mr. Shelby.
I'll do that. Yeah.
10:30
About
then?
10:30.
That's a good time.
So March 17th of 2022 at 10:30 or sometime thereafter, 10:30 a.m. Again, it would be reopened and continued hearing pursuant to the council's rules.
Motion to reopen.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Scott, some Ms. Seats, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Motion for the continuance.
So moved for the 10:30 time certain.
10:37.
Well, not necessarily time certain,
Okay,
but
well,
sometime after 10:30.
on the agenda.
the
On March 17th, 2022, and that's pursuant to Rule 6H of City
Yes,
Council.
sir.
Thank you.
Right. Ms. Maniscalco is made, second by
I'll second it.
Fitzgerald, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion granted for the continuance, March 17th, 2:30 or thereafter. That's 10:30. 10:30 or thereafter. All right. All right, move right along. Item number 9.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 9 is AB 2131. Can I please share my screen? Can you see my screen?
We can.
This is the city of Tampa background. Swap.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you, Council. Ann Barnes, Development Coordination. Again, item number 9 is AB 2131. The subject property is located at 401 South Howard Avenue. The applicant is requesting a special use 2 approval to allow the sale of alcoholic beverages for a small venue, beer and wine consumption on premises only. The proposed use is retail sales, shoppers goods, for a total AB sales area of 1,509 square feet. The site plan shows pedestrian access to the site off of South Howard Avenue and West Ezekiel Street. The required parking is 7 spaces and the plan is showing 12 provided. The site plan indicates the proposed hours of operation will be consistent with Chapter 14. The subject property is located within the mixed-use corridor village, and the distance separation requirement is 250 feet from residential uses and other AB sales establishments. The applicant is requesting a reduction from other AB establishments and requesting to reduce the minimum distance separation from residential uses. Shown here is an aerial map of the subject site with surrounding zoning. Here is the site plan provided, showing the overall layout of the site along with elevations. This is a picture of the site of the property along Howard Avenue. Across the street and east of the site on Howard Avenue. Here's a portion of the subject property of adjacent property north of the subject site near the intersection of Howard Ave and West Ezekiel Street. And here's property along both sides of Howard Avenue facing northward. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds it inconsistent with applicable City of Tampa code and ordinances. Minor corrections to the site plan are required between first and second reading, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions for Ms. Barnes? All right, we'll move to the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. I need to be sworn.
All right.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. Jim Porter with Ackerman, 401 East Jackson Street in Tampa, representing the applicant. Let me say at the outset, we agree with the staff report. I want to show you a few photos to give you an idea of what we're talking about. These were taken today, so they're very recent. You can see it's a very small area. It's going to be a very nice development with the AB wet zoning is only for the inside and a very small area outside.
I'm sorry, that isn't coming up. Is it coming up on council's screen?
No, it's not.
The overhead, please. on the monitors?
I'll submit them into the record. They're just photographs showing what the site looks like today. It's still under construction.
We still need to get it working, Mr. Porter, so maybe CTTV can have somebody go down there. We still need to get it working, but you can continue, sir.
Okay, thank you. As we had one neighbor who had some questions. She signed up to speak. I'm not sure if she's available. If she's not signed in, I'll be happy to go over her concerns with you, but we agree with her concerns and have addressed them. Other than that, we respectfully ask for your approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Porter? Mr. Maniscalco, recognized.
I don't know if you had mentioned this, but was there going to be any outdoor amplified music, or is there space for that at all?
No, that was one of the concerns the neighbor that we spoke to had. There will be no outdoor music. There's not space for it, and there's no intent to do that anyway. The area being wet zoned is, the outside area is 264 square feet, and the rest is parking. I can say now the other concerns she had were a potential for a food truck. We're not going to have any food trucks on site. And she was concerned about outdoor music, which we've addressed, and people loitering. And again, the intent of this is to just have a very small restaurant with beer and wine only. There'll be no place to really loiter, and the area itself for seating is very small.
Is there any indoor seating, or they
No,
buy
there'll
at
be
the
no
window
indoor
and
seating.
sit outside?
No indoor seating.
Okay.
Any more questions, Mr. Porter?
No.
All right, is there anyone else on the second floor speaking on this item? Our monitors have gone and kind of kaput up here on the desk. I can't.
I'm sorry?
We can't see anything on the screen up here.
Is the second floor, please, on the monitors?
Yeah, monitors have gone down.
Oh, the monitors have gone
Yeah,
down?
they've gone down, sir. They're blank up here.
I don't know if they have. There we go.
All right, it's back up. All right, anybody on the second floor to speak on this item?
Camera, okay, thank you.
Anyone on the
Ms.
second floor
Rosario?
to speak on this item?
Is the registered speaker still on? or-
Wait, a registered speaker?
Oh.
All right, let's go to the registered speaker.
Kathy, if you can please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, ma'am, you can begin. You have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Kathy Francourt, 305 South Westland Avenue. I did have a good conversation this week with Mr. Porter. So this is not personal against the petitioner. It's just some things that are concerning about wet zoning any property on Howard. I'd like to remind council to remember that any wet zoning approved for a property goes with the address, not the business itself. So if this particular petitioner does not make it or fails, the next guy may have a totally different concept that is wet zone. But I do know that for this, there's no seating inside. I believe it's just 8 or 10 feet under the low pavilion requesting wet zone outside. My question is, how is it going to be monitored that everyone drinking is staying within those 8 feet? We all know that code enforcement is not out late at night, so how does it stay contained and not spilling over into the parking lot with people just hanging around drinking? Another issue, again, is that this is an all outdoor venue, meaning potential additional noise on Howard. So my concern, again, like you mentioned, was having outdoor music. What is it going to look like? They mentioned not having any. My fear is that from experience, a venue will promise certain things like not playing music and then do the opposite. I've seen it both with Deck Pizza and Bar Howard. The Deck promised they would be a family neighborhood pizza parlor. However, when sales were slow, they changed their concept and hired DJs and playing hip hop music as loud as they could to attract people on Howard. Plenty of times the police had to be called there. Secondly, we sat with the owner of Bar Howard, who promised 0 outdoor music, and now they have 0 concern for the neighbors. With a whole outdoor area with music, that's a constant nuisance. So I did not see the hours of operation. So what are the hours requested? It makes me a little bit nervous having late night patrons going to a walk-up food venue after drinking or continuing to drink on premises. An example is New York Pizza. They're a problem with intoxicated people going for food after they've been drinking all night, loitering on the property and starting fights. The police have been called many times to New York Pizza. And things like this spills over into the neighborhood. So to close, I ask council to really think about your decision here in adding another wet zone property. If by chance, and I don't want to thwart anyone from being an entrepreneur. I mean, I would like to see them succeed and possibly have the wet zone, but please think about if you do move forward, put strict rules in place governing things like people loitering and hanging in the parking lot, drinking outside of those ACs, and the music looks like, and hold them to it. So if this place fails, the next guy is not a bad. That's the fear.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have anybody else registered?
That was the only person
All
registered.
right, we'll go back to the second floor just to make sure everybody on the second floor to speak on this item. We're going to go back to rebuttal from Mr. Porter, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Porter or Ms. Ms. Johnson-Velez.
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Mr. Porter or Ms. Johnson-Velez, you've heard before the concerns of the neighborhood there, and you just heard one of the neighborhood leaders lay out some of the arguments. Is there anything we can or should put into this that would protect the neighbors in the future in case this changes hands?
Yeah, I don't know if Ms. Johnson-Velez wanted to speak, but as I said, I spoke with Ms. Francoeur, and we agreed with her concerns about, and that's not the intent. And I understand that this runs with the land. So if it would, we're happy to put conditions on the site plan that would prohibit loitering. If the area being wet zoned is very small, and that's the only area where you're going to legally be allowed to have an alcoholic beverage. The rest is the parking lot. And it's not really conducive to that because of the layout of the site plan. But we have no objection to putting a condition on the site plan to the effect that there'll be no loitering in the parking lot. And we're also happy to put a condition on it. There'll be no amplified outdoor music.
And what did we talk about hours of operation?
We're consistent with what the code requires.
Which is what, 3?
Yes.
Brian Manasti, Development Coordination. So consistent with Chapter 14 is retail sales establishments can be open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And then the alcohol sales can be from Monday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. One thing I wanted to point out, Mr. Porter, I know you stated that you'd put some kind of note on the AB site plan about no loitering, but that wouldn't be something really the alcohol would be able to control. The hours of operation can be listed on the site plan, and we can hold the applicant to that through the AB enforcement mechanism, as well as the no outdoor amplified sound. So those are 2 conditions. If it's council's pleasure and Mr. Porter agreed to it, those could be added between first and second reading.
Mr. Porter, is there anything about the hours of operation that you all would consider?
That wasn't brought up to me as something that was being asked by Ms. Francoeur before this, so I don't have permission to agree to that tonight. Again, we're consistent with the code. We have sufficient parking. It's a very small venue, and I don't know that there would be a justification for limiting the hours of operation at this point.
Ms. Johnson-Velez, what's the penalty if the limit of no outdoor amplified sound is on the site plan?
You're muted.
Sorry, Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. If they are not in compliance with their alcoholic beverage approval, then it would be an enforcement action pursuant to Chapter 27.318.
And maybe Mr. Manassi can add to that if he has any additional information.
I would agree. It's an AB enforcement issue. So what we could do on these plans is certain council conditions, which is what we're kind of talking about here. And then what Ms. Johnson-Velez was stating was the enforcement mechanism behind alcoholic beverage sales permits.
And Ms. Johnson-Velez, you agree with Mr. Manassi about the no loitering part? Is it worth putting that on the site plan at all? Is there any good that would do?
Correct. No, I think that would be difficult to enforce from an AB permit standpoint, but certainly the no outdoor amplified sound and hours of operation if the applicant is willing to limit those in any way.
But should we put a limit of 3 a.m.? It sounds like they don't want to go below 3 a.m., but should we put 3 a.m. as a limit in case the rules change in the future?
I have no objection to that.
Well, right now it's consistent with chapter 14, which 3 a.m. that's 3 a.m., correct? Staff.
Should we just say
So-
consistent with chapter 14?
That's
That's
normally
what it
what
says
you do.
now.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I'm Martin
Correct.
Shelby,
Brian
City
Manassi
Council
for the
Attorney.
record.
That's normally
Consistent
what
with
you
chapter 14, again, would state that alcohol can be sold and served between 7 a.m. and 3 a.m. 7 days a week. So that's, if it states consistent with chapter 14, that could be their range of hours of operation.
At this particular, I'm sorry, Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. At this particular point in time, however, if the chapter 14 hours were to ever change, then these hours would go along with that, whatever change that would be. So if it's midnight, for example, at some point, then that's what the hours would change to for this location.
And Ryan, you said 3 a.m. for 7 days a week?
Yes, sir. So for alcoholic beverages, correct. 7 a.m. to 3 a.m., 7 days a week.
Mr. Carlson, just normally and historically, and presently, customarily, we put down consistent with chapter 14 unless there are adverse impacts that you would say under the general standards would need to be mitigated if there's any evidence of that. But that being the case, what happens is this gives council or the administration the flexibility to change those hours consistent with chapter 14, whereas there are site plans. There was a period of time when council would always put hours of operation on the site plan, and now those are locked in and those run with the land. So that's just the distinction, and it's council, it's a policy decision.
I don't think I have anything else.
Anything else, sir?
What, question.
I think.
I'm sorry, before
You're
we
recognized.
call, I'm sorry, if we can ask Mr. Porter, was there any questions? Mr. Manassi, the question was of the two items that could be added, the question is, A, does council wish to have that considered by Mr. Porter? And B, then would Mr. Porter consider them? If not, if it's not an issue of the hours of operation or no outdoor amplified sound, if that's not an issue for council, then it's in order to close the hearing.
All right.
What's the pleasure of council?
Move to close, right?
That's council's pleasure.
So close.
All right, closed by Mr. Central, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Carlson, you want to take this or not?
Yeah, I would just say that I normally, I think, wouldn't be in favor of more alcohol licenses on Howard, but I'll move this for the purpose of adding the special considerations in here, and I thank Mr. Porter for working with us on that. So, number 7, right?
And was that for excuse me,
9.
if I could just inquire, was
It's
that,
too late.
is that with waivers or without waivers? This one, for the purposes of the motion.
What, you're talking about the outdoor amplified sound?
No, we're not talking, there is no discussion of the, I'm sorry.
What I would do is pass the ordinance with the, adding in the limit of outdoor amplified sound.
Well, then I think we need to reopen the hearing then.
I thought they just agreed to that.
This is Jim Porter. I agree to that
Oh, okay.
condition.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay.
And council, Susan Johnson, Velez, Legal Department, there are 2 waivers associated with this request: the distance separation to residential uses, and distance separation to other AB establishments. So,
Okay, can I read it?
Yes, sir.
Move file number AB 2-21-31, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance approving special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beer and wine at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 401 South Howard Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict or repeal, providing effective date, including the waivers, the revision sheet, and the limit of outdoor amplified sound that would be added between first and second reading.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call.
Maniscalco? Viera?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
No.
Dingfelder? Carlson?
Yes.
And Goods.
No.
Motion carried with Miranda and Goods voting no. Dingfelder being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 17th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, council.
All right, the clerk needs to go, so we're gonna go ahead and take a 2-minute recess.
How long a recess, sir? How long? 5?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Council, if you can turn off the microphone.
Dingfelder, Citro,
Here.
Vieira, Miranda,
Here.
and Goods.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right, we'll move along to item number 10.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Can I please share my screen? All right. Item number 10 is AB 2201. The subject property is located at 2301 North Albany Avenue. The applicant is requesting a special use 2 approval to allow the sale of alcoholic beverages for a large venue, beer and wine consumption on premises, and package sales off premises consumption. The proposed uses include a bar, business and professional office, light manufacturing, and warehouse wholesale trade. The applicant is proposing a total AB sales area of 5,922 square feet. The site plan indicates the proposed hours of operation will be 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to midnight Friday through Saturday, and 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sunday. A waiver is requested to reduce parking requirements. The required parking for the proposed uses is 106 parking spaces, and 32 parking spaces are provided, a 70% reduction. The subject property is located within the West Tampa Urban Village, and the distance separation requirement is 250 feet from other AB sales establishments. The applicant is requesting a waiver to this requirement as well to 234 feet. Shown here is an aerial map showing the subject site with the surrounding zoning. Shown here is the site plan showing the overall proposed layout of the site, as well as elevations of the subject site. Shown here is the property at the intersection of North Albany Avenue and North Fremont Avenue. Here's the site further along Howard Avenue. And here's a portion of the subject property along West Cherry Street. Shown here is the southern part of the subject site along Fremont Avenue. And shown here is a portion of the subject site and adjacent properties along West Cherry Street. The Development and Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds it inconsistent with the applicable City of Tampa ordinances. Minor corrections to the site plan are required between first and second reading, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? All right, being known, we have the applicant.
Good evening. I need to be sworn in.
We can't see you.
Can you see me?
No, ma'am, we can't see you.
Can you see me?
We can see you now.
Please raise your right
I need to
hand.
be sworn in, please.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Goots and members of the City Council. My name is Tu Mai of HT Mai Inc. I'm here representing the owner, Winestream Incorporated, tonight. The owner is also present to participate in this meeting. As Ms. Barnes stated, the petition in front of you tonight is a special use request to allow for sale of alcoholic beverages for a large venue, beer and wine consumption on premises, and package sales off premises consumption, portfolio 179629. If I may share my screen, please. Can you see my screen?
You need to blow it up a little bit for us. All right.
Is that good?
We can see it.
Okay. Total land of the subject site is 1.41 acres, and it's currently zoned CI with a future land use of LI. The subject site is located at 2301 North Albany Avenue, and it's in the West Tampa Overlay District. The applicant is proposing a total AB sales of 5,922 square feet indoors. The proposed use for the subject site is a wine tasting bar, professional offices for the business, wine production and packaging, wine aging storage with wholesale trade. A little bit about WineStream. WineStream is a proud family-owned business. The founder immigrated from Italy with his family to America in 2003. He established WineStream to provide a unique service of wine on tap. Now, how that works is the wine is transferred from vats to stainless steel kegs, and this method has been used for centuries in Italian vineyards. Thus, drinking wine from a keg has the same experience as drinking wine straight from the vineyard. After the production of the wine, the distributors would pick up the wine kegs, and deliver the products to restaurants, bars, and hotels across the state. The wine is then poured from a stainless steel draft system, which ensures the highest quality and consistency with every glass. In addition to this unique service, the project site has a very unique history. The project site has a unique history because it's located in the West Tampa Overlay District. There is an existing 3-story brick building with a basement that has a Romanesque revival style. This building was built in 1913 by C.E. Parcel. It's considered to be an iconic flagship building in the old West Tampa neighborhood by Tampa historians. The architect was Frank J. James, who originally designed this building for Y. Pendas and Alvarez Cigar Company. The building sits on a 61,200 square feet lot. At the time of its completion, it boasted having the largest clock in the state of Florida, towering at 120 feet high. As you know, Ybor City is known as the cigar capital of the world, and this site definitely proves why it is. Since the site is a renovation of a 109-year-old cigar factory, the applicant wants to maintain the integrity of this building because of its rich history. It's very important to him to renovate the interior, but do minimum exterior renovations because of its significance to Tampa's history. The applicant is requesting 2 waivers, as Ms. Barnes stated. The first waiver is to section 21-132 to reduce the required distance separation to other AB sales establishments from 250 feet to 234. The second waiver is to section 27-283.7 to reduce the required parking from 106 to 32 spaces. We recognize that the transportation staff finds the reduction of parking spaces excessive. However, we made every effort to accommodate the parking requirements by providing bicycle racks and motorcycle spaces. Per section 27-282.16C, the following provisions may be used in any combination. 1 vehicle stall equals 2 bicycle slots and racks, and motorcycle spaces are counted as a 1-per-1 with automobile parking spaces. On the site plan, we have proposed 4 motorcycle spaces and 12 bicycle slots. However, based on the LDC, the motorcycle spaces and bicycle slots are not applicable on this site in this district, which we find to be a great hardship. In addition, there's an opportunity for street parking along the adjacent streets for patrons. Therefore, we hope that council is mindful that we consider the Seminole Heights and Ybor Historic District to consider it to much like this old West Tampa neighborhood because of its many site constraints in regards to parking availability. In summary, we request council's consideration to allow an adaptive interpretation of the parking requirement per section 27-283-10A2. This section reads, for existing buildings construction prior to 1988, when a change of use is a more intensive use makes full compliance of all land development regulations impossible for a specific site constraint. The applicant may request to reduce up to 50% of the spaces required. Lastly, this old cigar factory is 109 years old. It is very site-specific in constraint. There are 3 existing light poles to illuminate the property at night. The applicant will provide additional wall-mounted lighting to provide safety for its patrons. Although the proposed use is a wine tasting bar and offices, it would not be occupied at full capacity at all hours. Therefore, it alleviates the limited parking spaces. To conclude, we respectfully request your approval of this special use petition based on all the considerations I presented to you tonight. Approval would allow the applicant to revitalize this neighborhood and provide a stimulus to the local economy while maintaining the rich and historic history of Tampa. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for the lady?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Ma'am, you say that this will be selling your own labeled wine?
It would be selling, yes, Wine Stream's wine as well as beer on premises, but the package sales would be off premises as well for consumption.
I should have said this properly the first time. I'm sorry. You are selling your own labeled wine.
We will be producing the own labeled wine on the premises, but for the wine tasting bar, we would have availability of other wines and beer for consumption on premises, and the off-package sales.
Are you brewing your own beer? Are you brewing your own beer?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Barnes, that's Albany Street. Very familiar with Albany Street. How many total establishments we have on Albany? Because I think we have a few.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. I would have to check. Give me 1 minute.
That neighborhood is full of alcohol establishments on Albany Street. I think the Cotton Club's on Albany. I'm going to go back to the applicant. Have we talked to the neighbors in that community?
Sir, we have not received any objections from any neighbors when we sent out notices. So I am not aware of any opposition.
All right, thank you. Ms. Barnes, take your time. I'm going to go ahead and see if we have anybody on the second floor or anybody registered to speak on it. You can come back and give me those answers later.
There are no registered speakers for this item.
All right.
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item.
All right.
Council, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. I just needed a couple more minutes. My computer actually froze as well, so I apologize for the delay. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Can I please share my screen? I'm actually going to show the radius map that was provided by the applicant.
I think you said 232 feet in the beginning. I think I heard that.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So the closest is number 6, which is what the applicant is requesting a waiver to, Villard Ives. There is also a number 7 listed on here, which is a nightclub, and a number 8, which is also a convenience store on the map.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, move to close. Mr. Maniscalco. Second by Mr. Vieira, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Citro, item 10, sir?
Mr. Chair, I'm not going to be in support of this, so if somebody else would like to read it.
I'll read it. Just for the hours of operation are stated on the staff report, a little different than direct chapter, but anyway, let me go to number 10. Orders being presented for first reading, file number AB2 22-1. Orders being an ordinance approving a special use permit for alcohol beverage sales, large venue consumption on premise and package, off-sale consumption, making lawful the sale of beer and wine from a certain lot, plot, or tract of land at 2301 North Albany, Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 2, providing of all ordinance or parts of ordinance in conflict, providing of effective date. However, if I'm correct, business hours of operation are stated from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and the petitioner can correct me if you would like, and 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Friday and Saturday, and 11 a.m. and 10 p.m. on Sunday. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
That's why I read it.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call.
Vieira. Cedro.
No.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder. Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Yes. And Goods.
No.
Motion carried with Citro and Goods voted no. Dingfelder being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 17th at 9:30 a.m.
All right. Item number 11.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Can I please share my screen? Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
No.
Oh, because I had Council Annie Barnes Development Coordination, because I had to switch to Ryan's desk, it's actually okay, thank you. Can you see my screen?
If you blow it up, we can.
All right. Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 11 is AB2 2202. The subject property is located at 601
Ms.
South
Brown, blow it up
Howard
for us a little bit. We can't see it. Thank you. If you would. All right.
601 South Harbor Island Boulevard. The applicant is requesting special use approval to allow the sale of alcoholic beverages for a large venue, beer, wine, liquor consumption on premises only. The existing use is a hotel, restaurant, office, and retail sales. The proposed AB ordinance allows for an AB sales area, it's AB sales area of 55,787 square feet indoor and 78,983 square foot outdoor, for a total of 134,770 square feet with consumption on premises. This is a correction to the staff report. The site plan indicates proposed hours of operation will be consistent with Chapter 14. The subject property is located within the mixed-use corridor village, a mixed-use corridor village, and the distance separation requirement is 250 feet from residential uses and other AB sales establishments. The applicant is requesting a reduction from other AB sales establishments to 0 feet and to reduce the minimum distance separation to 68 feet from a residential use. The required parking for the site is 449 parking spaces. That was applied through a DE1 16135, which is also a correction to the staff report denoting DE1 16136. All existing uses are identified through DE1 16135, as shown on your screen here. Shown here is an aerial map of the subject property and the surrounding zoning. Shown here is the site plan provided by the applicant, proposing with the overall layout of the site, showing existing elevations. So shown here is a portion of the subject property when going over Harbor Island Boulevard over the bridge. And here's subject property from a vehicular use area. Another picture at a different angle of the subject property. And from the opposite, so southernmost part of the property as well. As shown here is property east and adjacent along South Harbor Island Boulevard. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds it inconsistent with the applicable City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. Minor corrections to the site plan are needed between first and second reading, including the following additional notes. All AB sales areas will comply with the City of Tampa and state regulations, and uses, occupancy, and intensities must adhere to those set forth under DE1 16135 or any future approved DE1. That concludes my presentation, and it's my understanding that Ms. Johnson-Velez would like to say something as well.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. I'll reserve my comments until after the applicant or council discussion. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You may.
Can you give us those square footages again?
Yes, I'll actually go back to, I don't know if I could share my screen again and show you that slide.
No, you had given an indoor and an outdoor square footage.
Sure. So the AB, the indoor square footage is 55,787 square feet, and the outdoor is 78,983 square feet.
You did say 78,000.
Correct.
Thank you.
Where's the building at? I'm confused. Maybe I missed something. Where?
Sounds like a football field.
Jackson, Bristol, that whole area.
Yeah.
So Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. So the hatched area is the indoor area, and then the unhatched is the outdoor area.
Okay.
I'll
I'll wait till I hear from the
yeah,
applicant.
Mr. Chair, I'll reserve my questions for the
applicant. Yeah. All right. Let's go to the applicant. We have the applicant. We don't have her photo up. All right. They're the applicants. Elise Batzel, I see. Okay. We want to swear them in, Madam Clerk?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, and if I could share my screen, I have a short presentation.
You can just blow it up for us, sir.
It
There it
is
is.
filling my screen, so,
Oh, we've got it now.
okay. For the record, Kevin Reale, Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street. What we're going to do here in this short presentation is talk about the nuts and bolts of this application, which, as council has already alluded to, look big when you're reading paper, but I think when we explain what's being requested here, it's more minimal than what those numbers would suggest. So again, just to orient you all, this is 601 South Harbor Island Boulevard. This is the point, which is a development that includes some other businesses, but primarily is known for Jackson's Bistro and American Social. And it is connected to the West End, which was the one waiver that Ms. Barnes spoke of, which is the other AB use, which is currently 0 feet to the existing AB approval that is on site there today. The future land use map, just to point out that the entire area is RMU 100 and the mixed use corridor village distance separation requirements are used here, as Ms. Barnes pointed out. So coming to the request today is to expand the existing wet zone area to include the dockside area and some sidewalk area. There's no change of use requested today. There's no development proposed today. There's no change in tenant proposed today. Any change in use will require an application that will have to follow the land development code and will require state licensing. Additionally, to take advantage of this additional spaces being requested, any request to use this space will require amending an existing permit with the state to establish dominion control of the same. So to summarize, I'm going to go to the next slide to show picture. The site here shown in green is the existing approval, which represents the bulk of the acreage that was shown by Ms. Barnes. All of the indoor area and a significant portion of the outdoor area is included in the existing AB permit. What the applicant is requesting today is to include this periphery, and eventually what the applicant hopes is that tenants will adjust their AB permits with the state, and it'll allow this area to be an area similar to something like the Riverwalk, where once those dominion control areas are established, patrons will be able to go from one establishment to another and follow the limitations that will be set in place by those state permits. So the request really is limited to this purple area. It is along the water, and then it extends this is oriented to the side so that we could fill your screen, but it does extend to the south and then wraps around the sidewalk along Harbor Island Boulevard there. And there may be eventually some outdoor seating there if approved through change of use permits and as stated, amending alcohol permits with the state. The two waiver requests, are you all able to see my cursor?
Oh yeah, we can see it, yes sir.
So the cursor here, this is the hotel. That's the waiver requested to the nearest AB permit. That 0 distance already exists there today. So there's no change there. And the residential waiver is across Harbor Island Boulevard here. It's the Park Crest condos. Those condos were built after the existing restaurants were established and in place for a couple of decades before they were built. So the acreage is large, but we believe that the impact is minimal because of the established use, and we're just trying to mimic the success of the Riverwalk, which we've seen, and we're available to answer any questions.
All right, well, I'm looking at the diagram, and I'm looking at the purple, which you say is what you're trying to get accomplished here today, correct, sir?
Correct. That's what we're adding. We're requesting to add that too. So the square footages that you see in Ms. Barnes' report is the purple and the green. It shows everything. What we're asking today is to basically wrap the purple around the existing green.
I guess what I'm looking at is open containers, basically walking down the streets on that bridge.
So
correct,
sir. No, sir. There is fencing, and this will be established with community and control. So there's nothing here now. And if seating is established there, it will be separated and fenced off from the roadway through the dominion and control requirements of those permits. So if you all approve this today, nothing will change with that approval. The applicant will then have to go, either a tenant will have to go through a separate process, or the applicant will have to go through a separate process to go through with the state, establish boundaries, establish signage and separation of those boundaries, whether that be a fence or some other type of separation. And then once those are established, then there will be approval to use those areas. So it will be separated from the roadway there, and it will not be sort of in the sidewalk path as you're suggesting there, sir.
So you have not even gone to the state for this type of approval?
No, we have to have this established with the city before we're able to request the change in permit with the state. So I keep mentioning the dominion and control. Those requirements will be established to the satisfaction of the state when the permits are amended.
Ms. Citro, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. This site plan is one-dimensional. Without me giving evidence, how many different levels does this site here have?
Do you want to come speak to that? So we have a representative of the applicant that can give that fact testimony. Just say your name and address for the record.
Yep. Hi, Brian Adams, representing 601 South Harbor Island Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602. To answer your question, sir, the site is 2 levels, the lower level being primarily a parking garage on the inside, and then a water walk along the perimeter, which is shown in the purple.
So,
and then
go ahead, finish your statement. I apologize.
The purple on the Sedan channel and the Garrison channel side is the lower level, and then the purple that runs along Harbor Island Boulevard and then through the piazza is on the main level.
Okay, then where are the docks at?
So the docks are just to the west of the purple where the cursor is right now. And then it wraps around all the way through the rest of our property.
Where's the parking facility at?
That's located underneath the green area.
Again, I don't want to give evidence, but is the parking area, which is, again, this is multi-level, is the parking area included in this?
No, sir, it's not.
In this zoning request?
No, sir, it's not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Carlson, you recognize.
The plan that you have here, sorry if I missed this, but all the way to the right, is that where the, what do they call them, Seton condos, Seton Cove condos are? Or is that still what used to be the mall?
So this is the...
All the way to the right?
So the area here where my cursor is the hotel.
Okay.
And then further here, this is a retention pond.
Okay, and then behind the retention pond, that's not the condos yet?
No,
condos are to the east.
Condos are, well, this south, but yeah, the condos are further this way.
Okay, and then the other thing is, back when it was a mall, Blueberry Hill, all those places along there, Guido's looking at me funny. Was there an outdoor alcohol license back then that expired? Do you know? Was this something that was originally planned in it?
Our attorney here can address that for you, though.
Elise Bassel, we're playing musical chairs tonight. Yes, so there was an outdoor venue when it was originally established as the mall. It was the upper deck of the outdoor venue that was included. This includes the lower deck. So there's 2 levels of decking on the water side of Jackson's and American Social. And so some of what you're seeing in purple here is that lower deck. Did that answer your question, Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
Mr. Riley, recognize?
On the green spot, the spot where Jackson's is at now, are all those square foot taken now? Are they in use now? They're rented out now or leased out or whatever?
Not all of it, sir. Jackson's and American Social, this building has been for quite some period of time completely part of a big, larger wet zoning. So within the building, tenants would have to get their own liquor licenses from the state. And so Jackson's and American Social have those liquor licenses. So we really have two layers of regulation. You have the local wet zoning, and then you have your liquor license, and you have to have both in order to serve alcohol. So to the extent that Jackson's and American Social want to expand in the future, the first step for us to be able to allow that to happen would be to get the wet zoning. But that doesn't mean that they could go out there and serve alcohol today. They still have to go in and amend their state liquor license to mirror whatever footprint they ultimately want to include in that liquor license. So I think that's something that Susan Johnson-Velez was going to probably mention, that it's a two-layer process.
Let me ask Susan Velez, and if I may, Susan. Under what just heard, the liquor license, this is the way that we do on all of them?
Susan Johnson-Velez, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Yes, Councilman, it does require the AB permit, which is the city permit, to, I guess, approve the site for the sale of alcoholic beverages. And then before you can actually sell and serve and consume liquor in those areas, you do have to get a state license. So in these purple areas, I guess, they would have to have some sort of state alcoholic beverage license. And so I know there was a question about the dock areas, the ones along the Seton Channel.
I would imagine looking at beer, wine, liquor, and liquor consumption on premise only. So I assume the whole area that's there vacant, or not in use now, I should say, would be something of food services or something different. Is it going to be beauty salon with alcohol? I don't know what they want.
So, sir, Kevin Reale, for the record, the tenants, if they want to sort of make this vision come to be, would have to establish the dominion and control. Now, they may not actually serve in those areas, but they would have to get dominion and control and establish the boundaries so that a patron could, for example, could purchase, we'll say in Jackson's, and if they wanted to go and lean on the rail and have their drink while they're outside by the water, even if the sale's not happening there, this is required for those patrons to be able to go from one place to another within this single development. And so that's what the goal here is today. Now, it may be that there are some patio areas established that are down in this purple area, but the general area along the dock, the intent is not to have a regular service there all the time, though that would all be controlled by the eventual state permit.
Any Barnes Development Coordination. I just want to add the DE1 that was mentioned previously, DE1 16135. That will regulate the uses, occupancy, and intensities for the subject site. So that's what is limited for the alcohol beverage or tied into.
What?
And Kevin Reale, for the record, and no expansion to that established DE1 is requested here.
I can understand about the walk comparable to the river walk. I can understand that. The other one, I haven't quite figured it out yet.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Chair, if I may, and I did want to make a comment on that too, since the Riverwalk was mentioned. I just wanted to remind council that the Riverwalk is established. It's part of a statutory area, and it's something that's allowed by statute that the city controls, and we have a number of controls there. We regulate, the type of cups that have to be there, and there are very specific areas where you can actually purchase alcohol versus where you can carry it in between. And so we do have an ordinance that controls the Riverwalk. And so it's not private areas like this where alcohol can be, carried between locations or on common areas like this. So even though the Riverwalk was mentioned, that is something that the city controls by ordinance pursuant to state statute.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else for the applicant? All right. Do we have anybody on the second floor to speak on this item?
I am Lynn Hertog, Development Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Anyone registered for this item?
No registered speakers for this item.
Close by Mr.
Second.
Maniscalco, second by Mr. Rand. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Rand, you want to take a stab at this?
I just took the other one.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I took number 10.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. Goes back to Mr. Vieira.
Can, I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving a special use permit as to for alcoholic beverage sales, large venue, consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 601 South Harbor Island Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, is more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Before I take the vote, Ms. Johnson Velez,
Yes, sir.
I don't think I have to open the hearing back up.
It depends. Are you going to ask her an evidentiary question? That may affect the outcome?
Move to open it, reopen.
Moved over by Mr. Citro, second by Mr. Vieira. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
What is the city's liability position on this? Do we have any?
Well, it's all private property.
Okay.
Sorry, my light went out here. It is all private property. If it's council's pleasure to, consider this, I would suggest, and I know that Ms. Barnes had mentioned a condition that staff was proposing that would just state very generally that there would have to be compliance with all state and local laws regarding alcoholic beverage sales. But I guess I would suggest something a little bit more specific, something more along the lines of alcoholic beverage sales will only be permitted to be sold, served, and consumed in this area once the applicant or once the owner has provided confirmation to the city that there is a state alcoholic beverage license that's associated with these various areas. Because you do have, the open dock area that doesn't appear to be adjacent to any type of establishment at this point. You have areas down by the water that don't appear adjacent to, and so there may be a concern there of just, someone carrying alcohol out there without an establishment being responsible for it, if you will.
I'm just seeing some current safety concerns. Ms. Batzel,
Yes, sir.
would your client be amenable to adding those to the provisions?
I have a little bit of concern with with the language. So there could be a caterer in a special event that might come out and have their own liquor license and come to some of the areas that are not necessarily Jackson's or American Social. I just want to make sure that we don't preclude that from being able to happen with specific language that is too specific. So Susan, could you read that out one more time, or whatever your proposed condition was?
I don't have it written down, but I just wanted confirmation. I was just suggesting that there will not be alcoholic beverages served, sold, or consumed except unless and until the owner has provided confirmation to the city that there is an alcoholic beverage license.
That's fine.
Those sales and consumption.
That's fine, as long as the owner doesn't necessarily have to have that license, perhaps a caterer, yes.
Correct. So a caterer, or if somebody, expands their existing AB license, but there would have to be some sort of something submitted to the city to confirm that.
So yes, sir, we're amenable to that. Thank you very much for asking.
All right, anyone else? All right, move to close. Mr.
Second.
Maniscalco, so Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Vieira?
Yeah,
With those conditions to the site plan, with those provisions.
I hereby amend it.
All right, roll call.
Cedral,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder, Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Viera,
Yeah.
and Goos.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfelder being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 17th at 9:30 a.m.
Mr. Shelby?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you can believe it, this is number 13.
I can believe it.
And number 13 is, as it said on the agenda, a 6 p.m. meeting. This one hasn't been opened.
Move to open.
Second.
He would catch it, huh? Move to open, Mr. Citro, say by Mr. Maniscalco, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
And before we begin, council, just one reminder that, as you see at the top, this is a non-quasi-judicial proceeding. So therefore, it is a legislative matter. The basis is fairly debatable. It does not require competent substantial evidence or findings. It is fairly debatable standard. So just want to remind you for that as we move forward. Last item of the evening.
Ms. Johnson-Velez?
Yes, sir. I was Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. I was also going to remind council to put their legislative hats back on for this item. But I also wanted to just state, just for the record, and because there have been news articles and news reports, and based on some of the correspondence that I've seen coming into council, there may be some confusion about what this application actually is. I've seen it referred to as a rezoning as well as a comp plan amendment. It is just solely a comprehensive plan amendment, and it is solely a legislative matter. There is no companion rezoning or specific development proposal for this piece of property before council this evening. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record as well as the public and council. Thank you, sir.
And we do have an applicant for this tonight, correct?
Let's find out.
Let's go to staff first.
Well, let's find out if we do have the applicant.
Do we have an applicant registered?
Not registered, no.
Do we have an applicant on the
number
second floor?
If we can just be sure. Ms. Rosario?
The applicant is here and they have been sworn in.
Thank you.
We just want to make sure, because I don't want to go through a whole hour or something and we find out we don't have an applicant. Okay. All right, let's hear from staff.
This is where you place. Okay. You want whatever you want to show. Okay.
I apologize, I was muted. Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission. May I please share my screen? I am before you tonight to present on Comprehensive Plan Amendment 21-13, located at 3541 North Boulevard. This is located in the Central Tampa Planning District within the Tampa Heights Urban Village and the Tampa Heights neighborhood. It is privately initiated, small scale, at about 1.56 acres, and the request before you tonight is from public, semi-public to residential 10. Just a little bit of background on this request, and I welcome any comments from Ms. Susan Johnson-Velez tonight as well, but there's the ownership did change from the city of Tampa to the Greater Showmen's Association on this parcel in 1971. We went back to the preliminary subsector plan conducted in 1975, which showed that this had a public, semi-public future land use dating back to 1975 on the site. So while it is in private ownership, cemetery is considered a quasi-public use, and that is likely why the planners in 1975 placed that use on the site. However, the residential 10 would provide a regulatory land use designation that would allow development that cannot be considered under the public semi-public designation. So I'll just quote the comprehensive plan: to allow a use on a parcel designated as public semi-public out of a public or quasi-public use The comprehensive plan states that, quote, "The affected property shall be the subject of a plan amendment to determine the appropriate regulatory land use designation for said parcel." So the residential 10 would provide that regulatory land use designation in the words of the comprehensive plan. There is also a report in the background of the plan amendment that the applicant provided when they submitted the plan amendment. The final report geophysical investigation of the Sherman's Rest site dated June 14th, 2021. And it states that based on the results of the field testing of 12 of the previously identified features, it appears that graves are not present at the project site. It is suspected that the previously identified features are associated with either small buried objects, debris, cut off tree, roots, or variations in soil. For absolute confirmation, it would be necessary to perform test pits, hand dug, or with a backhoe to confirm that graves are not present. The full report is included as backup to in the back of the staff report that you all should have as part of your packet. I would just note that further field testing or preservation of any burial sites would need to be accomplished through a rezoning or the building permit process. So this is just the plan amendment process to change the map designation. So here's an aerial of the subject site. It's outlined there in pink. North Boulevard is kind of the dividing line. So everything east of North Boulevard is located within Tampa Heights, and everything to the west of North Boulevard is in Riverside Heights. We have the Calvin Taylor Park to the north. This is most of this is the city-owned Woodlawn Cemetery. To the south, this is a church that I have the yellow star on. Everything else is pretty much single-family detached in the surrounding area. So I just have a few pictures of the subject site facing east. This is the intersection of West Ohio and North Boulevard facing west. The subject site was behind me when I took this picture. And then this is just looking south along North Boulevard, so you can see that pattern of single-family detached. This is the adopted future land use map. This is quite an old map, but this large portion of blue has actually been changed to rec open because it's the city-owned portion of the Woodlawn Cemetery. So we changed that to recreational open space because it's on the dedicated park list. But this is the subject site here in blue, which is public, semi-public, and then we have the parks to the north and south. Single family detached with that residential 10 category is predominant in the area. And the proposal would request the residential 10 on the subject site. Right now, the public, semi-public does not have a defined maximum dwelling units or non-residential square footage. The comprehensive plan states that there is no maximum and that any development shall be compatible and in scale with the surrounding area. This would allow for the residential 10 allows for up to 15 dwelling units and about 23,000 square feet of non-residential. So any proposed non-residential uses would be required to meet the commercial locational criteria in the comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan. I would just note that the comprehensive plan supports additional infill housing opportunities and that the residential 10 would maintain the existing density of the surrounding single family area. That's the predominant land use in the surrounding area. This is also located within the Tampa Heights Urban Village, and there is policy direction that urban villages seek to allow a greater share of growth while balancing scale and development with the surrounding community. And the comprehensive plan has some strong policy direction that is where the greatest share of growth for the cities shall be directed. So this would further those policies, and that was the vote of the Planning Commission. That report is included in that resolution is included in your packet, but I'm available for any questions.
Any questions?
If I can, please, Miss Malone, can you go back to the site plan, please? The overhead.
The aerial?
Yes, ma'am. Go back, I'm sorry. Go back.
It's okay.
Right
I think.
There, that's fine. The northeast corner, you have that sectioned out. Who does that belong to?
This one?
Yes, ma'am.
The same property owner.
The right next to it to the east, that elongated, yes. Who does that belong to?
There was a little bit of, I'd have to go back into my emails. I had a little bit of back and forth with Dennis Fernandez with the city on this. I believe I would just have to triple check before I state it because there's a little bit of confusion about the ownership of this.
Now, going back to the northeast corner, you said the same people. The Showman's Rest?
Yes, sir.
Are there burial sites on that section?
The applicant can confirm, but
Okay,
my
I'll ask
understanding
the
is
applicant.
that,
Thank
yes.
you, Ms. Malone. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
No problem.
Dawson, you
Yeah,
recognize.
and the city property to the south and the east, has that ever been studied to see if there are any burial sites there? Just
city's,
that
like,
empty green, what looks like an empty green spot that doesn't have headstones on it.
I would probably have to ask Susan Johnson Velez that question or ask city staff if anybody is on the line. I cannot answer that with certainty.
Ms. Velez?
So,
Susan Johnson Velez.
Excuse me, sorry.
I'm not sure if there, Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. I couldn't answer that either, but I mean, the remainder of Woodlawn, I think Ms. Malone might have said, council recently put that under the recreation open space to kind of preserve that and highlight the fact that that's, in the hopes that would remain that way for the future.
Some people talked about Potter's burial area there. Do you all know, are there any reports of any, when any of the sites in Showman's or the Woodlawn area have been excavated for a burial, have they found any remains of any other people there?
I can't say, I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, we'll go to the applicant then. Has the applicant been sworn?
Yes.
All right, you may begin.
Okay, good evening, Councilman. My name's Teresa Caddick, and I am here representing Showman's Rest, Inc. We are a not-for-profit organization responsible for the management, the maintenance, and the burials at Showman's Rest Cemetery. The Showman, both carnival and circus families, have been a part of Tampa's fabric for generations, and these are the people who are buried at Showman's Rest. The Zucchinis, who were the human cannonballs, the Settlemeyers, who owned Royal American Shows, one of the largest shows in the world, the Hassens, who owned a small ice cream concessions, the Thomases, the Weisses, the Culpeppers, all multi-generational carnival people and lifelong Tampa residents. These people have brought joy and memories to the people of Tampa at the Florida State Fair and local school and church carnivals for decades. And their service to underprivileged and fostered children has been a lifelong commitment. And I say this because I really want you to know who it is that is buried in that corner. My own family started in the carnival business in the 1920s and continued for 3 generations. My own mother and father, Don and Gloria Pearson, as well as my sister, Stevie Jo Pearson, are buried at Showman's Rest. These are the people we are responsible for. These are the families and our friends. These are the people we care dearly for. So this is all being done for them. So as burials continue to kind of dwindle for other end-of-life choices, and the family-owned shows are being taken over by large corporate entities, we find that we now have more than enough burial space. What we need now is the funds to care for Showman's Rest Cemetery in the long term. A perpetual fund that will maintain this property when we're all long gone to a standard that we can be proud of. We own 2 parcels of land on North Boulevard and are here today to request a comp plan amendment for the southern parcel. And you saw that parcel in that map. From the current land use of public, semi-public to residential 10. I'd like to clear up a couple of things that I'm sure the council probably knows, but others may not. The property is private property. It was bought in 1971 from the city of Tampa. It is not a part of Woodlawn Cemetery. It never has been. I can show you a map. We've been working with an archaeological company to take a look at the evolution of Woodlawn Cemetery. And as you can see on this legend, it shows this area was the original Woodlawn Cemetery, and then as the years went by, the Woodlawn Cemetery grew and different parcels were acquired. This parcel is the parcel in question that we own. And to answer your question, this parcel is where our families and friends are buried. This is Showman's Rest Cemetery. So there are grave sites and 2 mausoleums on this property. This is the property that that we want to do a land use change on. It is vacant property, as well as all of this property is vacant property owned by the city of Tampa. It's not zoned as a cemetery, which has been, referred to quite often. The current zoning is RS 50, which allows for low-density, single-family housing. The current land use is public, semi-public, which allows, as you probably know, a number of uses, including very limited residential development, but mostly private schools, water treatment facilities, hospitals, those types of things. So the land use, already allows for development and construction on this lot. The approval of an R10 land use does not allow for any townhomes or multifamily, as I understand it. A multifamily development would require a rezoning. The R10 land use is consistent with the majority of the surrounding privately owned properties and would allow only single-family residential. And that's my understanding of this when talking to and listening to your own staff. And I can, this map, I'll take this map. This map shows you kind of I can do it this way. It shows you where that property is, right here in the yellow, and this is Showman's Rest Cemetery. And you can see it is completely surrounded with single-family, very nice walkable community. But, so this is Riverside Heights area, and this is Tampa Heights area. This parcel of land can actually be built on now with the land use and zoning it currently has, but the prevailing use, as I just discussed, is in this area is single-family residential, and more importantly, it's a better fit for the neighborhood. North Boulevard is already a major road, one with a mix of commercial, professional, schools, churches, as well as residential multifamily and single-family residential.
Ma'am, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
What I'm looking at, I want to make sure I'm right. Were you talking about the proposed, where your dots are?
Yes, sir.
To me, that looks like that's inside of the cemetery. Is that correct?
No, sir.
So it's not inside the cemetery?
No, sir. I can show you here. I'll bring this back for you. Our cemetery is here.
Okay.
Okay. This is Woodlawn. This is what is considered Woodlawn Cemetery. This was done by archaeologists through the archives and it shows the Woodlawn Cemetery as it kind of evolved. It
So what I'm
started-
concerned about, my issue is if in your top corner up there to the left, you said there are burials there, correct?
Yes.
All right.
This-
What's the
this-
what's the distance of that property? Because then you said there's a mausoleum next to it, correct?
There's two mausoleums right here.
What is the distance from that mausoleum to the proposed property you're talking about? Is that 100 feet, 500 feet, 1,000 feet?
I don't know how many feet it is. I couldn't say, but it's close.
It's close.
Uh-huh.
That's inside of a. To me, that's inside of a cemetery. When you're saying it's that close with a mausoleum and you have burials that close, and to me, that's inside where folks
No.
are buried at.
No,
But is the mausoleum,
that's a mausoleum. There's a whole wall here.
is it the
Okay,
Showman's
there's a wall
mausoleum or
here.
someone else's?
It's ours. There's two of them there. That's where my family is buried. This would be the property that we would sell. It is a stone wall between the mausoleum and this property, as there is along North Boulevard that we built.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Uh-huh. Okay, like I was saying, the North Boulevard, it's a major road, one of a mix of all kinds of commercial, professional schools, churches, as well as the multifamily and the single family. Additionally, on the issue of human remains on the parks, regardless of race and ethnicity, there's nobody in our group that would consider building on human remains. This is why we've done careful testing, and Michael Whiteman, who's the president of GeoView Inc., who did the two tests, phase 1 and phase 2. He's here this evening to speak on the testing that was done and the results. Like I said, he's completed a phase 1 and a phase 2, including test digs of the property to assure that there's no bodies buried there. And those reports were widely shared with both the press and with some of you. This is the same company and the same testing that was done at King High School and found the bodies that were buried there. We've also been working with Archaeological Consultants, Inc., on archival investigation on the property. That is where this handout came from. And the results from their work, the conclusion that they came up to is that there are no clear evidence that bodies were ever buried on this parcel. So lastly, I would like to just point out that this amendment is also totally consistent with the city of Tampa, which your own staff said, with your goals to do infill housing, to create walkable communities. I mean, really the beautiful thing about Tampa Heights and Riverside Heights is the walkability of the neighborhood and the diversity of people, of social status, and housing designs from historic to modern, single family to multifamily. So this property on North Boulevard already has sidewalks, access to schools and shops, and fits into the overall plan, and is consistent with your own Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. And again, as your staff said earlier, on September 14th, 2021, the Planning Commission concluded that, quote, Plan Amendment TA CPA 2113 is consistent with the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan and forwards it to Tampa City Council for approval. We are here today to respectfully request Tampa City Council approve the adoption of this plan amendment for the property at 3541 North Boulevard. And if you like, I can just go into Michael Whiteman, president of GeoView, is here to kind of also talk about the tests that were done, the results that came out of that. And if you like, if you don't have any questions for me, you might get a lot more insight from him. And if we have any time at the end, I would love to preserve whatever time we do have at the end to be able to discuss what's been talked about.
Well, you have 3 minutes left. Ms. Carlson, saw your hand, sir?
In her 3 minutes or outside her 3?
No, outside. She'll stop it because you have, she'll stop it.
I just wanted to ask you, Ms. Caddick, on the area where your family is buried or your family and friends are buried,
mausoleum,
did you all find as they were sorry to be graphic, but as they were putting your family and friends in, did they find any other remains in that area?
No.
Nobody found that there was an existing cemetery there?
No.
And then if you originally bought this, you kind of said this in the beginning, but you originally bought this because you thought you would have a larger cemetery, but now not as many people are being buried.
That's correct.
But
And
if you didn't sell it, then what would happen?
Well, I mean, the whole reason in selling it is to raise the money to, like I said, to put Showman's Rest into a perpetual fund. We just will never use it, and I guess if you think about it, if we can't take care of our own cemetery and don't have the funds to do that, taking care of both pieces is going to be even more difficult. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you as far as what will happen to that.
Yeah, I mean, this is legislative, so legal can cut me off if they want. But I mean, the perennial problem we're facing is that the trust funds that the state require for cemeteries are not such that it provides for the upkeep of cemeteries. And so in the last 2 years, we had a private cemetery that got dumped on the city. And now the city, I think we ran through the money in like a year, and the city is required to pay for the upkeep of that cemetery. And we want to make sure that cemeteries are maintained. So that's the minimum thing. We definitely don't want to develop on top of anybody, and we don't want to disturb or be disrespectful of any cemetery. We need to preserve them, but there's also a big question about who should pay for it. Is it fair that the public should pay, or should the private developers pay? And so I think you said your intention is, if you didn't have this money, would you have the money to maintain this cemetery?
We would not.
All right, thank you.
My question.
And Councilman, I believe Michael Whiteman can elaborate on a lot of that and help to explain a little more about that property.
But before we get to him, Mr. Carlson, he opened that box up for me a little bit. You said that cemetery burials are down?
Yes, they are. At least in our cemetery. I don't know about other cemeteries. Our cemetery, there's just a lot less demand for cemetery plots or mausoleum, burials.
I mean, that's interesting you would say that, because I mean, I could go to any day during the week and Saturday, and they can't they don't have enough time in the day to bury. They have to wait till the following couple of weeks to bury. So when you say that kind of threw me a loop, that you said there's not enough people doing burials. But
I would assume more people are being cremated and kept by family, or put somewhere, that meant something to them. I don't know the answer to that, honestly, but that's our situation. That's what we've
okay,
been
I just asked because I know the business very well. That's why I asked that question.
Uh-huh.
All right. Okay, we'll hear from your expert if what you want us to do.
Thank you. You want this left there?
No. Good evening. My name is Mike Whiteman. I know we're a little short on time, so I'm going to spend a very small amount of time discussing the investigations that our firm did. You have copies of both of them. The first investigation was done for the congregations of Ahai Zadek. They were considering purchasing the property, and they wanted to know if there was any possibility of any type of buried remains. So they contracted with us to go through and perform a ground penetrating radar survey where we conducted a series of perpendicular transects spaced 5 feet apart. We also did a metal detection survey using time domain electromagnetics. This is the same technology that's used, say, on unexploded ordnance studies, and also one that we recently used on an investigation looking for buried debris at the Curtis-Hickson Park in an area that was being considered for redevelopment. The results of the investigation, and let me get that up for you, indicated multiple small diameter targets we call GPR anomalies, and we classified them at 2 different levels, shallow and deep. The green are in the shallow, the blue are in the deep. The shallow was in the range of 2 to 3 feet, and the deep were in the range of 5 to 6 feet. Each one of these were isolated small diameter objects. They did not go through and demonstrate the kind of response that we see on radar that's typically associated with buried graves, like what we would have encountered, or like what we did encounter at King's High School. So these are the kind of isolated, what we call anomalies, which are associated with small buried objects. And so that was the study that we produced. We said that we had done this study. We did not find any buried metallic objects. We found multiple small diameter objects at 2 different depth ranges, and that was the report that we generated that went to the congregation. About 1.5 years later, they were contacted by the Skyline Development Group, who was considering purchasing the property, as the congregation had decided not to go through and move forward with that. And so we did a very limited investigation for them, and the purpose was to try and determine what these isolated small diameter objects were. And so this is that same map that has those same identified little features. And what we did is that we went in and we did hand probing, where we're using a steel rod, pushing it into the ground, and at each one of those locations we pushed it down 3 to 4 times. What we're looking for is any kind of an indication of encountering, say, the top of a casket, any indication of buried remains, which oftentimes will be associated with a density change within the soils. So we tested out 12 areas, thinking that would be a representative sampling of each one of those anomaly areas. The areas that we selected, we tried to pick areas that had a tight congregation of anomalies, thinking those would be the highest probability that would have been associated with a grave. We only found one feature out of those 12 that was of interest. As we were pushing the rod down, we encountered low density soils from 3 to 5 feet. We did a hand auger where we're taking by hand soil samples at 6-inch intervals down through, again looking for any indication of buried debris, caskets, anything along those lines. We didn't encounter anything in that 5 feet with a hand auger. What we did encounter with the probe was a wooden object at about 6 feet. Typically graves, you're going to encounter them at a depth of about 3 to 4 feet. What I think is there is probably buried wooden debris. And I think that's also what characterized or created a lot of those anomalies that we're seeing in the GPR. So that was the geophysical investigation. What I'd like to share with you now is a little bit more detailed discussion of the study that was done by the archaeological group that Mrs. Chaddock's group engaged. We don't have their full report. This work was started about a week ago. It was a 2-tier investigation on their part, and so what this is a culmination of the historical research that they've done going through various public archives on the history of the graveyard. So a couple of real salient points about this. The red, that's the original boundary of the Woodland Cemetery. In 1910, this blue squared area was acquired by the city. And one of the statements that's right here, and this is from newspaper articles, refer to these expansions as the south of the old cemetery and other to the north as the back of the Jewish and Spanish cemeteries. So in that 1900 article, they talked about the northwest corner of Woodlawn to be sectionalized for African Americans. The archaeologists found that they were referring to the northwest corner of the 1985 cemetery and not the entire city block. And so they indicated in this circled area what was being referred to as the proposed burial place for African Americans. So in terms of the discussion, I think that's a pretty important point. So getting to the next map. This is showing again the progression of that cemetery moving forward. They found that this area to the north was too wet for burials, so they were limited. And so because of that, there were other acquisitions that were made showing in the yellow areas, the blue area here, the pink area, excuse me, the purple area in here. And this was, as been in the discussion, the boundaries of the Potter's Field. So, the conclusions from the archaeologists were that overall there's no indication that the parcel in question was ever used as a cemetery. It appears that the original Potter's Field was incorporated into the Woodland Cemetery, and the new Potter's Field was started to the west of it, in the southern portion of the present-day Potter's Field. They also found that the GPR anomalies that we did identify were inconsistent with those that are typically found in cemetery-type settings. And then they had proposed, if needed, to go through and do a more intensive, intrusive look into the property, probably looking at the areas where we had previously identified GPR anomalies. But there was nothing in their historical records or research that indicated that there had been burial activity. The archaeological firm that did this work was the Archaeological Consultants Incorporated. They're based out of Sarasota. They work out throughout the southeastern United States. They were established in 1976, and they are Florida's oldest full-service cultural resources firm, and they're also nationally recognized. I was not involved in their work. My purpose here is to go through and present it to you, showing you the findings that they have come up with. So I can certainly answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you for your presentation, sir. Any questions, gentlemen? All right, being we gave you a bunch of extra time because a lot of councilmen want to hear that report. So now we'll go to the public comment. Second floor. And let's keep them coming.
Good evening. Lynn Hertog, Development and Growth Management. I have approximately 18 people here that would like to speak on this item, and they've all been sworn in.
All right.
I'll bring in one at a time until we...
Keep them coming. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, if we could
Yes,
just, how many registered speakers after that?
How many registered?
We have a total of 15, but only 8 logged on.
Okay.
And then 3 minutes apiece, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, before she starts, but maybe the chair would want to remind the public that they don't necessarily have to use all 3 minutes. But if there's something that they're just in favor of or in opposition to, if that would save their time.
I understand what you're trying to do, Mr. Shelby, but I understand what you're trying to do, but let's just go ahead and get on with it. And I understand.
Okay, sir.
If someone knows if they're gonna use all 3, they'll step away from the mic. But I don't want to get into the 3-minute controversy tonight.
No, sir. No, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You may begin and state your name for us, please.
Yes. Hi. My name is Linda Valdez Rodriguez, and my address is 704 West Ohio Avenue. I live within 250 feet of the subject parcel. I am here to express my concern on the Woodlawn Cemetery situation. I have lived at 704 West Ohio for 69 years, my whole life. I am opposed to disrupting the cemetery because I find it very sad that anyone would want to disrespect the dead in order to make money. I have many family members buried there, and if you are a Tampa native, you most likely have family there too. That to me is a sacred ground. Another point I would like to make, that as a child, I can remember when they were burying people at the Showman's Rest cemeteries, cars would be parked down the whole block, blocking residents' driveways and homes on both sides of the street, from North Boulevard to the 800 block of Ohio. And those were the days when there wasn't very much traffic. So imagine what it would be like today. I pray that you will do what is right for our family members who are buried there, as well as others who deserve to rest in peace. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am, for coming.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Twice in 1 month. I've been sworn. My name is Ari Fitzgerald. I live at 710 West Indiana Avenue in Tampa. You're being asked to amend the comp plan. A comp plan is likened to a constitution for land use. Accordingly, amending it should not be undertaken lightly. Discretion is key because scarring the landscape is not easily remedied. To that end, it can't be stated emphatically enough that a majority of the Planning Commission didn't approve the amendment. A majority of those present did, but with 2 voting no and 4 not present to vote at all, a majority didn't approve this. And most citizens who live in the Heights oppose it. This should be considered in your deliberation, and it should be voted down. Recently, this council wisely voted to rezone surrounding cemeteries to recreational open space to protect it. Given the proximity of this parcel to that land, it's actually adjacent, it should be given the same treatment. Open land further to the south would be more appropriate for the development contemplated here. The location of the parcel in the middle of a block face makes placement of townhomes there unwise. Usually they're on corners or front busier roads, certainly not surrounded by cemeteries. Here, ingress and egress would be a problem, and this affects me as I live on Indiana and would rather not see another badly timed traffic signal placed between me and work. There is also considerable standing water after average rainfall, which a development would only aggravate. Neither the owner nor the developer has ever reached out to or responded to invitations to engage with the community. This is not a recipe for a successful partnership with neighborhood input. It's actually the opposite. And finally, last but not least, Tampa has a bit of a history when it comes to paving over people's final resting places. Why isn't the firm that did the search for burials here tonight? With all due respect to the applicant, this area holds a lot of history for Tampaños, as well as the remains of loved ones that were interred there before Showman's acquired the site. The proponent of the amendment has not done its due diligence to determine whether development would disturb the final resting places of those loved ones. Their assertions to the contrary were beyond weak. The idea of tree stumps stretches credibility. This area should not be disturbed for any reason, absent assurances that doing so would not disturb grave sites. Please vote no on this. Thank you for letting me address you tonight.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
All right, so you can state your name and begin speaking.
My name is Mace Davis. I live at 2424 West Tampa Bay Boulevard, and I'd like to relinquish my time to Victoria Davis.
Hello, I'm Victoria Davis, and I also reside at 2424 West Tampa Bay Boulevard. I have numerous relatives at Woodlawn, from great-grandparents down to cousins even, and so it's very important to me that this property continues to be maintained as a cemetery. The boundaries around this have been separated by a street. There are no homes on this property. There are cemetery, different cemeteries, some are Jewish, some are the Showman, all around this piece of property. In fact, some of my great-grandparents will be buried, or are buried, just 3 rows from the property line of this particular piece that's in question. There were no commercial or residential buildings on any of that block that is surrounded by North Boulevard, Ola, Plymouth, and Clearfield. It is all cemetery land or vacant, or there is a church on the southwest corner. I implore the council to consider the original designation of this property when it was first deeded in the 1800s. They purposely, and they had to have had a reason for it, not to build any homes or any other structures on this property. They left it with a street bordering the property and any other buildings. And I think their intention was to maintain respect and dignity of those buried there. I don't believe that this residential building that they are planning to build does anything to enhance that property. I certainly would not want to live in that building when I will be looking north to cemetery, east to cemetery, and on the south side, the church. So on 3 sides, this piece of property that they want to make residential will be viewed by the residents there and whatever living environment they have, whether it be loud music, parties, barbecuing outside, all disrupting the peace and quiet of that property. I have visited the grave sites that are my family and friends. Since I was born, my mother would always take us there to leave flowers for our relatives. And I just think that it is very disgraceful and disrespectful, even to those in the Showman's Association that are buried there, that their long gone relatives will now have a residence overlooking their site. So I do implore the commission or the council to consider these facts and to restore the peace and quiet and dignity. The Showman's Association has sold tremendous amounts of property in South Tampa on the Willow Street, where they had their main office, and bordered on Cass as well. And so they do have the resources to maintain their Showman's Association for years and years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Karen Garcia Patterson, and I have been sworn in. I thank you for letting me speak today. I am a 3rd-generation Tampa native. I'm here today for Andres Beto, my great-grandfather, who is buried in the Centro Asturiano section of Woodlawn Cemetery. I'm here for Carmen and Joseito Garcia, who are buried close to the mausoleum in Woodlawn Cemetery. They are my great-grandparents as well. I grew up in Riverside Heights and went to school in Tampa Heights at Sacred Heart and Villa Madonna. We used to frequent the area, riding our bikes from Cox's Pharmacy to Hutto's Corner, up and down North Boulevard, We would pass the cemetery on North Boulevard and on Indiana Avenue, and we would talk. We would listen to the old legends and the rumors of people being buried there, of the blacks being buried where there were no headstones, of the poor people in the potter's fields. And we even discussed the Showman's Rest. We talked about how there were rumors of elephants being buried on the property. Whether that's true or not, it really doesn't matter. Regardless, it is a cemetery. Leave it alone. Let Tampa rest. Let Woodlawn rest. It's a cemetery. Great cemeteries aren't known for townhomes and residential developments. Look at the great cities, Madrid, New Orleans, Paris. They have great parks. They have great cemeteries. They have cemeteries and dead that they respect. Let Woodlawn rest in peace. Let Tampa be a beautiful, historic city of parks, not one of townhomes and developments that are favored over historic preservation. Let's quit building over our dead. It's up to you, City Council. It's your decision. I wouldn't want to have to make that decision, but I hope you make a good one and you consider the souls that are buried in Woodlawn who no longer have a voice to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Karen Thomas. I have been sworn in. I just want you to know my husband's family is buried at Showman's Rest, as well as many of our friends and their relatives. I'm absolutely in favor of the land use change so we can provide perpetual care long after we're gone. Thank you for your time.
All right, Mr. Carson?
This shows a ground penetrating radar
Can you
survey.
state your name for us, please?
My name is Hallie Reed. I live at 2059 Ronald Circle in Sefner. This image is that of a ground penetrating radar survey done in 2005. And it clearly shows burials surrounding the Showman's Rest parcel. Woodlawn Cemetery was founded in 1888, and from its very beginning, it has included a potter's field for the burial of Tampa's indigent dead. However, in the first 8 years or so of its existence, it had no official record keeping, and graves were not plotted or numbered. Because of this, it is impossible to know the true number of potter's field burials at Woodlawn. As of today, the official city records list 2,915 burials. Seeking to better understand the Potter's Field and the people buried there, my research partner Samantha Bulgarian and I have compiled a spreadsheet of all Potter's Field burials that we can find documented. These are all the people buried in the Potter's Field at Woodlawn. Of the burials we've identified, 62% are black, 34.4% are white, which includes people today who would be considered Latinx or Hispanic, and 5.8% are unknown. 26% of the burials are infants. The leading cause of death is stillbirth, followed by tuberculosis and heart disease. The most common occupation is laborer. Among the dead there, buried there, include John Wade, a black man who was accused of assaulting a white woman and was executed for it. Esau Davis, who we have confirmed was a survivor of the Rosewood Massacre, who settled in Tampa. Harlan and Marlon Lowry, twin infants who died at the Fishers transient camp, born to parents who were displaced by the Great Depression. And Ed Mincy, a construction laborer who died, who was working on the construction of Davis Islands, who died when the bunkhouse where he was staying collapsed during a tropical storm. In 1895, Woodlawn was given a map with all of its These are not the poor, friendless, and forgotten. They are a part of Tampa's collective history and deserve the dignity of an undisturbed final resting place. In 1895, Woodlawn was given a map with all of its graves plotted out, the southwest corner being designated as Pottersfield. The western edge of the property that today makes up the Pottersfield, the parcel, and Showman's Rest and Beth Israel Cemetery were left undeveloped. On July 27th, 1920, the city officially passed a resolution to move the Pottersfield and use the area for proper burials. At this point, the old Pottersfield was populated with 1,019 burials, all of which had to be moved. The undertaker B. Marion Reed was paid $500 to move those bodies. When the body removal was carried out, the cemetery had the cemetery sexton plotted out what is now the fourth expansion. One of the first people buried in this expansion is the wealthy cigar factory owner Miguel Balbin, who was prestigious enough that he would not be buried in an area that was still actively being used as Pottersfield. After the old burials had been moved, the new Pottersfield quickly filled up again. On September 22nd, 1923, Undertaker J.L. Reed, who was under contract with the city to handle the pauper burials, took issue with city commercial Charles Brown and in the Tampa Times over the city's mismanagement of cemetery property. In part of his statement to the Times, he cites the need of a new Pottersfield. He says, 2 bodies are buried in the same graves. There have been instances where graves have been dug, and in the digging, old graves have been opened and new bodies deposited. One of my favorite things about the 2005 survey is that this area is clearly visible right here. Between September 1923 and when the final burial was made in 1954, an additional 1,765 burials were made. The only possible direction that these burials could have gone was north towards this parcel. Aerial images from 1938 and 1948.
Thank you, ma'am.
She has a...
Hi, my name is Gloria Jean Royster. I'm going to yield her my time. Thank you.
It's a minute.
That's 1 minute. That's 1 minute.
Aerial images from 1938 and 1948 show that while a central eastern portion of the field was wooded, in this area shows that the burials there are more sparse. A 1930 photograph of the grave of Manuel Vallejo shows that the area was clearly wooded with skinny, widely paced pine trees that had plenty of room for burials in between them. In 1942, black burials in the Pottersfield stopped, at which point Ridgewood Cemetery, now known as the Lost Cemetery beneath the parking lot of the football field at King High School, took over the burials. In 1954, the city relinquished its duty of pauper burials to the county, which made up all of its indigent burials and is now called the Hillsborough County Historical Cemetery for All People. The parcel currently up for development was not made into a parcel until 1971, when it was sold to the Showman's Rest Association of Tampa.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for all the information. It was a lot of information you gave. Thank you. Mr. Miranda.
Hi.
Hi.
How are ya?
You state your name for us. You can begin speaking.
Good. My name is Trish Shanatko, and I have been sworn in. I'd like to, my family has been in, I'm a native of Tampa, born and raised, and my family has been in this state for over 200 years before Florida was even a state. I was always supportive of the process of progress while never forgetting my Tampa roots. Tonight you've heard about the past, the present, and now I'm going to speak to you a little bit about the future holds of Showman's Rest. It is sad that you've received so much misinformation. The Showman's Rest would never build on top of any grave sites. It's a shame. When Showman's Rest was started, the land was purchased with the understanding that there were no grave sites on any parcel of that land purchased. The Greater Tampa Showman's Association and the Showman's Rest are completely different, separate entities. They are not one of the same. One does not support the other and have not been the same since early 1970s. With the purpose future land use changed, Showman's Rest would be able to continue perpetual care without becoming a burden to the city of Tampa or the surrounding neighborhoods like Tampa Heights. We as a nonprofit organization are not doing this out of greed. We are seeking only to protect and preserve our cemetery. It's not a money grab. In the future, there will eventually be something on this parcel of land in question. Now, wouldn't you like to be part of this progress? Showman's Rest has its ability to maintain a beautiful and well-kept cemetery independently. For the past 70 years and in the past few years, we have inquired from the city. The possible for perpetual care has been dented. In our cemetery, I can speak to knowing almost all the bones that are buried there. Friends, family, close, just everybody, 95% of the people buried there, we all know. Can you say the same about Woodlawn? I do hope this council can see the difference and have the courage to make the right decision for the future of Tampa Heights. Let's now not let anything hinder the progress and save Showman's Rest. So I ask that you please vote yes in favor of the proposal change of this future land used for 1971 parcel. And thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you. You're right. It never
Am I on?
Yes, you're on. You state your name.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman and Councilman. My name is Laura Settlemeyer, and I've been sworn in, and I am also a Tampa native. In 1913, the very first Showman's Club, Showman's League of America, opened its doors in Chicago with its first president, Buffalo Bill Cody. 5 years later, a locomotive engineer fell asleep at the wheel and ran an empty World War I troop train into the Hagenbeck-Wallace circus train. Many souls were said to have burned alive after the kerosene lamps exploded, catching parts of the wooden train on fire. The SLA decided to purchase land at Forest Hills, Illinois, in Woodland Cemetery. The president at the dedication of the cemetery said, "No showman should ever be buried in a pauper's grave." As a result of this tragedy, other Showman's Rest around the country were born in Minnesota, Arkansas, Miami, Gibsonton, California, Texas, as well as many others. In 1951, land was purchased to ensure that showmen in Tampa would have a place for their body to lie as they took their final trip, be it by truck or train, to the showgrounds in the sky. Showman's Rest is a historical cemetery with historical inhabitants, some known worldwide. Residents include my paternal grandparents, my grandfather, Carl Settlemeyer Sr. of Royal American Shows, my maternal grandparents, Edmundo Zucchini, who is the creator of the human cannonball. Oops, sorry. That's my mother. Where am I? I lost my place. My parents, Carl Settlemeyer and Egley Settlemeyer. and 7 other family members. I have 13 family members there. Joey Chitwood Sr., the American race car driver and Daredevil, stuntman for James Bond films, is buried there. Dan Fleener of the Hurricane Hell Drivers and his wife Joy, a hula dancer, are buried there. And Robert Bobby Wicks, who is a tattoo artist, painted sideshow banners and designed and decorated show fronts on the famous Royal American Midway. And then there's the Sweds. Before Pepin Distributing, it was Swed Distributing. These are only a few of the notable residents residing in Showman's Rest. Every one of them has a story, and every one of them is just as important to us as the residents of Woodlawn are to the opposition. These residents were the ones who, through the decades, provided a joyful amusement experience, an escape from everyday life for old and young alike throughout the country.
Thank you, ma'am. Not quite.
Good evening, council members.
Good evening, sir.
My name's Gerard Caddick, 4016 West Inman Avenue, Tampa, Florida. I have been sworn in. I am not a native of Florida, but I'm here tonight to ask you to very respectfully consider voting yes on the proposal. My mother-in-law and father-in-law and sister-in-law are all buried in the Showman's Rest, and none of us have any disrespect or disregard for the sanctity of the poor souls resting there, but selling this parcel will allow the Showman's Rest to, in perpetuity, take care of the people buried there, and we ask you to consider voting yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Start.
All right, so you step up to the mic there. You state your name.
My name is John Persia, and I was born in Tampa, been here forever. I've been the caretaker for Showman's Rest for just about 15 years now. The club, or actually, Showman's Rest has been in existence for around 70 years. All right? This parcel of land that we're trying to get rid of in order to basically exist or get some type of perpetual care is what it's really all about. Without us being able to sell this parcel of land, we're not going to be able to do the types of maintenance that we need to do to this property. We have walls that are being pushed up. I don't know if I'm going to do this right. Can you show it here? On the Jewish side, that's the eastern part of Showman's Rest, okay? It's literally knocking down our walls. And also in the mausoleum area, we have walls that are crumbling, okay, in the corner. There's a huge oak tree here that are being pushed down. And the cemetery literally has no funds to be able to do any of these repairs. And I haven't even mentioned the mausoleum yet. All right, both mausoleums are in dire need of repair on this roof, on their roofs, okay? It all needs to be done. The good people of Tampa Heights, they're trying to save Woodlawn. I'm trying to save Showman's Rest. Now, come on. That's exactly how I feel. I'm sorry, I'm Italian. All right? So the bottom line is, if we don't sell this property, it may become a nuisance or an eyesore or a burden to this beautiful city of Tampa we have here. Okay? I know my friend told me not to say okay, but I'm saying it anyway. All right? So please vote. Please give us your blessings and your vote so that we can preserve this beautiful cemetery that we have. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me, because I know more about the property than anybody else probably.
No questions, sir. Thank you.
God bless you all.
All right, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Candy Anderson, and yes, I have been sworn in. I am a third-generation Tampan. I am speaking for the land use change of the vacant property owned by Showman's Rest. Showman's Rest is in dire need for money to be maintained. Protect the honor and dignity of our family and friends who are resting there. My grandmother, Rosa Gonzalez, was born in Tampa in 1902, youngest of 9 children. My grandmother, my mother, and my infant daughter are all resting in Showman's Rest. This is very personal to me. It pains me every time it rains, knowing that the rainwater is running down on my grandmother and my mother's niche. Things need to be replaced or repaired yesterday. Without funding, our cemetery will be overgrown with grass and weeds. The walls will crumble. Trees will not be pruned. Stray animals will dig holes and desecrate our headstones, which once was a beautiful addition to the neighborhood, would now become an eyesore. Eventually, the city would have to take it over at the expense of the taxpayers. We propose to sell this vacant property to a developer who will build single-family homes there. This property will be developed, if not now, soon. The way Tampa is growing, we cannot stop it. The 2040 Planning Commission has already approved and passed it on for your final approval. It is up to this city council to determine what will be built there. Single-family homes, or perhaps in 10 years, apartments. I appeal to the city council to approve this land use change. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Donna Popovich, and I've been sworn in. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the proposed land use change for 3541 North Boulevard. I am connected to these properties by having been raised in Tampa and in the carnival business. While I do not have family in Showman's Rest, I have many, many dear friends resting in the cemetery who are like family to me. And many of those lying in Showman's Rest have no family left to advocate for them. Therefore, I'm here tonight. This is their final resting place, and these were hardworking, truly hardworking, Depression-era people who purchased the property adjoining Showman's Rest as a form of security for their future in the event that they would want to expand Showman's Rest, or that perhaps they needed to sell that property for future income to maintain Showman's Rest. What we all have in common here tonight, everyone in the room outside and all of you on City Council, is that we love our city. We love the uniqueness of our neighborhoods and our cemeteries. The fact that we have housing,
cemeteries, and even a Little League field in one walkable area is special. And we can continue to keep it this way by maintaining and beautifying what we have. Rather than a vacant lot and a cemetery both in decline, let's make it better. The vacant property being considered for sale is not Woodlawn Cemetery, nor is it a cemetery. The opportunity to change the land use to match the zoning currently in place is mutually beneficial for the neighborhood, the city, and other adjacent landowners. Currently, there is Showman's Rest Cemetery and an adjoining parcel of property belonging to Showman's Rest. Burials at Showman's Rest are few and far between these days. The cemetery is not realizing income from burials and now is in the need of funds to maintain the surrounding grounds, wall, and mausoleum. Rather than see two declining properties due to lack of funds, Showman's Rest will sell its adjacent property. Again, the property is not Woodlawn Cemetery, nor has it been used as a cemetery. The sale of the empty lot will provide funds needed to maintain Showman's Rest. The neighborhood benefits by having a cemetery that is well cared for and maintained. The neighborhood benefits by increased property values with a well-maintained cemetery and additional land for housing.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
How many more speakers do we have down there? All right, if you state your name and begin speaking.
My name is Jeanette Alvarez Weiss, and I have been sworn in. I was born and raised in the city of Tampa in 1953. I am on the Showman's Rest Committee, and I voted for the sale of the vacant lot owned by us. We have tried for several years now and had offers, even one from one of our neighborhood cemeteries, but that deal fell through. This one that we have retained now is the one that will take care of our loved ones for years to come. There is a lot of work that needs to be done out there, and we are running out of funds. Running out of funds for the present and for the future of Showman's Rest. We want to keep it beautiful and pristine. My in-laws are there. My mother-in-law was my best friend. She is out there along with her firstborn grandson. So many people that brought joy and happiness to our community and cities across the United States because of the nature of our business. The smiles that they put on the faces of children from McDonald's Training Center and Egypt Temple Shrine. With that being said, my daddy, Joseph Michael Alvarez, was born in 1918 and raised in Tampa, Florida. He was a veteran of World War II and the Korean War. I'm not sure if he was born in a hospital or in his mother's home, but I can tell you where he is buried, and that is Pioneer Garden, Old Section, Block 104, Lot 2, Space 1, Woodlawn Cemetery. I would never do anything to desecrate my father's grave. I know he's in heaven now. His soul went there the moment he passed away. If we are not allowed this land use change, my fear is that at some point we will become a burden to the city of Tampa. We are trying to avoid this. So please vote yes for the land use change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Brian Seal of 313 West Park Avenue, and I'm the president of the Tampa Heights Civic Association. I have been sworn. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. Tampa Heights Civic Association is firmly opposed to this comp plan amendment. We disagree with the Planning Commission and staff that found this consistent with the comp plan. Among the guiding principles of the comp plan, quote, acknowledgement and celebration of our history and rich cultural heritage. Land use goals 17 through 20 speak extensively about historic and cultural preservation. This proposal and the way it has been handled so far demonstrate a lack of care and outright violation of that policy. Past city surveys, as has been demonstrated earlier by one of the speakers of opposition, have found that potential unmarked graves could exist here. The geologic survey conducted with this application was inconclusive, and just tonight you heard just 1 week ago they engaged an archaeological firm, 1 week ago, and it recommended further study. A USF archaeologist has stated on the record to a recent news report that the current investigation is inadequate and inconclusive. If council proceeds to approve this comp plan amendment, it demonstrates that it hasn't learned from the mistakes of past generations with building over sites like Zion Cemetery in Tampa Heights. Council could also set itself up for future liability should it decide at this juncture that a residential use is appropriate for this site. The infill housing encouraged by the comp plan is good, but this is the wrong site for it. Given the sensitivity surrounding cemetery issues, it's appalling that the city and the applicant would feel comfortable with such inadequate public engagement. The former and current applicant, former being their previous developer that says they're off the project, did no public outreach for this, especially after the continuance was granted in September. No public outreach was done. Some of their claims of misinformation, and I have seen some out there in social media and other venues, could be dispelled by proper public engagement. Since the continuance was granted, the applicant waited months to reach out to our association and failed to take advantage of our offer to host a community meeting. Those things are important because where council finds itself in right now, if you decide that this should move forward and residential use is appropriate for this with such conflicting or uncertain information out there, you set yourselves up for potential liability and controversy moving forward at this time. But there have been months and very long time where that discussion could have been shepherded by the city, shepherded by the applicant. We offered it to shepherd that conversation ourselves, and it was not heeded. Should council decide to sympathize with the Showman's Rest's admirable stated intent to use the funds from the sale of this to keep up their cemetery, you should consider other methods to achieve that. Housing's not the right solution. The land could be put back into public service. In conclusion, I strongly request that you deny this comp plan amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. How many more speakers do we have down there, sir? 8 more downstairs?
Leo DeBarlaben, Development Coordination. There's 6 more speakers.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, 8. There's 8.
8. Mr. Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and go ahead.
Good evening, Councilman. I'm Deborah Dawn Head. I live at 2725 North Ridgewood Avenue in Riverside Heights. I'm here today as a neighbor of Tampa Heights, imploring you to reject this land use request. There is no good reason to change the use of this land. I have great sympathy for the people whose families reside in the cemetery at Showman's Rest, and I understand they need money. They need to care for that land, and they need to care for their loved ones who are buried there. However, changing the land use is not the answer. There are other ways to get money, and this land should be preserved. As you look around, it is all cemetery surrounding the area. It has all been designated recreational, and that is what this parcel should remain consistent with. It should be something that is used for the people of Tampa to enhance recreation, for memorial gardens, for memorial remembrances, for ceremonies. This parcel, this block, is a jewel in Tampa. And only when you walk the grounds, as I did yesterday, I entered through the Showman's Rest Cemetery to see what is this place. And I walked to the wall that's next to the mausoleum and separates it from the parcel. It's as close as I am to the monitor in front of me. That is no way to respect your loved ones who rest in that mausoleum. I know their hearts are good, their intent is pure. They want to help maintain the property. However, land use change is not the solution. It's a long-term, permanent thing, and this is a problem that can be solved. It just needs money. They do need to sell, but you should not change the use of this land. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please. Please state your name for the record, sir.
My name is Mario Nunez. I have been sworn in, and I reside at 15022 Rocky Ledge Drive. I want to say this to my childhood friend Laura Settlemeyer, who's sitting on the other side. This is not personal. We are still childhood buddies. We go back a long way. Listen, this property that's being contested tonight is a cemetery. It's always been a cemetery since 1888. We have leaders from the African American community there, Tampa's founding families there, Medal of Honor recipients buried there. I myself have 4 generations of my personal family buried there. Would it be the acme of foolishness to believe that no bodies are buried underneath the parcel in question? If you look at this map, and if you can bring it up on the screen just for a split second, I want to show this is very impactful. These yellow dots here all represent bodies that have been found in the cemetery. The parcel that is right here, that is written on here, this is the parcel in question. How is it even possible, logically, that there are no bodies buried there, that none have ever been found there? You can just see personally that this is just illogical to think that no bodies are there. If they need to do a little more digging and spend a little more money, perhaps whoever comes in here later to want to figure this out should spend the money to do so. I've heard a lot tonight about they want to raise the funding to perpetually maintain their property, which is an admirable consideration. But my question is, what have they done with the funds that they have raised over the past? They sold a building here not too long ago for a pretty penny, I'm sure, and then perhaps they went out and spent it without investing it properly. I don't know. That's not for me to decide, but I'm just thinking that, are we supposed to be the ones to bail them out for making perhaps some bad business decisions? 3 questions come to mind. First of all, who would build in a cemetery? Who would want to live in a cemetery? And who would vote to change land use to provide for said building? I said it before, we expected to bail these nice folks out. I don't know. That's up to you guys to decide. In the infamous words of George Wallace, and with apologies to George Wallace, it's a cemetery today, it's a cemetery tomorrow, and it's a cemetery forever. Where does this stop? If you guys allow this to go forward, are we going to see a kiosk perhaps in Oak Lawn Cemetery, or maybe a little cafecito coffee shop in Martí Colón? This is a slippery slope, and you need to consider this decision very, very carefully. It's not going to be well received nationally if we set the precedent for buildings and for land to be built inside of a cemetery. There's a continuous wall around this place. It is, in fact, a cemetery. And lastly, I leave you with this thought. Has nobody seen the movie Poltergeist? Do you want to build in a cemetery? Do you want to sleep in a cemetery? I don't know. And I can only imagine that if this goes through, that you're going to evoke some really bad juju and some bad spirits, and these folks know that. These folks absolutely know that. So I encourage you guys to vote no on this land use change, and let's come up with a better solution for how we can fund the perpetual land care.
Thank you, Mr. Nunez.
Thank you,
sir.
Good evening. My name's Jenna Poulin. I have been sworn in. I'd like to thank you for the time this evening. Morality. Moralities are principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong, or good and bad behavior. It's a set of standards that enable people to live cooperatively in groups. Even society tends to deem things to be right or wrong. After defining morality, I find it beyond wrong to repopose the land and urge you to vote no. Hallowed ground is grounds hallowed or consecrated, like a cemetery. Cemeteries derive from the from the culture Greek, meaning a sleeping place. One of the 5 reasons I moved to Tampa is it's a city, but yet feels like a town in the sense of community and tradition. Speaking of tradition, in ancient cultures, many buried the departed in catacombs or hallowed ground deep within the earth. Years after that, churchyards were cemeteries, and since modern time, it is now called a cemetery. Burial grounds of any kind in any culture worldwide is considered sacred. How about we use the land and create a meditation and prayer area with benches, gardens, and a shelter to get out of the hot Florida sun? Somewhere to pay tribute to some of the names that some people apparently don't even know exist in Woodlawn Cemetery, like Mabry, Lineball, Sparkman, Adamo, and the Rawbles, just to name a few. Plus something to pay tribute to the ones that are lost and forgotten. This city is rich in history and tradition. Why don't we keep that tradition by voting no and keeping this cemetery for what it is, a cemetery for future generations to be buried in with their families that are there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Adrienne Rodriguez, and I wasn't prepared to speak, so I apologize for my attire. Out of the 23,000 graves at Woodlawn Cemetery, the 1 grave, or the 2 or 3 graves, or the 10 graves that matter are those of my loved ones. My roots go deep. I'm 4th generation Asturiana. My great-grandfather, Modesto Garcia, traveled from Asturias, Spain with my grandmother. He was 18, she was 16, and they emigrated to America to have a better life. They settled in Ybor City and had 6 children, and my Uncle Manuel was the one who introduced Café Bustelo to Tampa and to Florida. My great-grandfather has been buried and resting in peace in Woodlawn Cemetery for 58 years, along with his daughter since 1949, 72 years. I've always considered all 40 acres of Woodlawn to be a cemetery. We all have memories of Woodlawn. We all have memories of loved ones, of baseball park games in Clearfield Park, Plymouth Park. But the main point I'd like to make is that Woodlawn is a cemetery, and it needs to remain a cemetery. We need to respect the dead. We need to preserve our history, because without history, we have no future. Without history, we're nothing. So our roots, many of us here today, our roots run deep, and I certainly can sympathize with Showman's Rest. I do feel that there is some type of a resolution that we can make. We can come to some kind of an understanding. But at this point, if I were a betting person, which I'm not because it's not legal, I would bet that there are unmarked graves on the parcel of land. So if City Council chooses to move forward with changing the zoning to residential, I just want all involved to know that we will fight tooth and nail to preserve our history and to make sure that all those that are resting in peace in Woodlawn Cemetery, which includes Jenny Campisi from Jenny's Flowers. Her parents are buried there. Ted Webb, a local 50 years on the radio. Ted Webb is buried there. His niece, my best friend, is on the west row along the graves right next to the parcel of land. I can't imagine going to see my best friend's grave and seeing someone celebrating a Super Bowl party or
Thank you,
what
ma'am.
have you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Please
much.
do the right thing. I'm counting on you guys. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Marlo Yanako, and I've been sworn in. I am a third-generation born and raised Tampa girl, and through the years, Showman's Rest has been able to maintain its buildings and wall and kept a well-manicured lawn. However, the burial norms changing and more people wanting to be cremated with ashes spread in favorite locales or shared with family members, the lack of funds from the sale of burial plots and mausoleum space, our funds have completely dried up. We only wish to sell this property so we can take the money to put in a fund for perpetual care to maintain the 1951 parcel of land for only our friends and loved ones, but for ourselves and for the future. I just ask of you, councilmen, to please vote yes in favor of the change in land use plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We should only have a couple more speakers, right?
Yes, sir.
Hello, I've been sworn in. My name is Joyce Rumfola, and I waive my time to Eileen Henderson.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eileen Henderson. I reside at 914 West Fribley Street in Riverside Heights, blocks from Woodlawn Cemetery. Thank you for giving all of us the opportunity to be heard. And you're going to hear more from what I understand because we've got people online. But most importantly, what I want heard above all else is it's a cemetery. You're going to hear from a lot of people, you've heard from people tonight, all relevant and all providing overwhelming information that support the platform of a no vote on the request for a land use change amendment. And for me, it remains quite simple. It's a cemetery. While I can empathize with the current housing crisis Tampa faces and the need to build more affordable housing, building on cemetery property should never be an option. And the difference between this privately owned parcel of land and other privately owned properties is those other owners, well, they didn't buy a cemetery. As a fifth generation of Tampa and a fourth generation of Riverside Heights, a neighborhood that is standing to be detrimentally impacted if council doesn't vote no on the requested land use change, I have fond memories of visiting that cemetery with my grandmother. I remember her old white station wagon, and we never wore seatbelts. We, my brother and my cousins, would be jostled around the back end of that station wagon as we made our way down the red brick paved streets that still exist in the neighborhood. We would head to what is now the corner of MLK and North Boulevard, to Hutto's, and buy gladiolas for our beloved family members buried at Woodlawn Cemetery. As a young girl, I wish I knew then that I would be fighting for my family's deserved right and the societal expectation that in death, cemeteries should provide peace, tranquility, and serenity. As most, sadly, I did not ever think I would have to be their voice to ensure we do right by them. So along with many, many people throughout the city of Tampa and an extended reach all the way to California that you should be hearing from tonight online, we have the support of Clara C. Fry's great-granddaughters. Clara C. Fry is also buried at Woodlawn Cemetery, a humanitarian to Tampa. Also, she's on the Riverside Monumental Walk. I stand before you today for all of them, all of those buried who do not have a voice. The supporting documentation is simple and clear as well. In 1888, the city of Tampa purchased Camomere Tract for $3,500, and I quote, "for cemetery purposes." The parcel in question with the request for a land use change today was part of that purchased land and binding contract in 1888. In 1951 and in 1976, the deeds issued to Showman's Rest list and describe the properties as a cemetery. Showman's built 3 mausoleums on their properties. One of those mausoleums, along with part of another, sit on the parcel for land use amendment, thus proving that when the land was purchased by Showman's, it was purchased under the original contract of 1888 to be used as a cemetery. That has always been the purpose of that land, all of that land, since 1888. In summation, besides the glaring facts that there are more than likely burials on that property as noted by Jeff Moats, part of FPAN, and Erin Kimmermel, part of USF, with her recent discovery of 45 unmarked cemeteries, the bottom line remains and has always been, it's a cemetery. Thank you, Council.
Excuse me, ma'am. You said there was a recent study that showed 45 bodies there? Maybe I misunderstood what you said.
No, I was referencing Erin Kimmermel with her report to Hillsborough County Commissioner last Wednesday, with there are 45 unmarked cemeteries throughout Hillsborough County.
Oh, okay.
My point being that if we have found 45 unmarked cemeteries throughout the county, we've got maps that have shown you where there are burials. You saw the yellow dots. What makes us think that there are not burials on a property that's been considered a cemetery since 1888?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, any more speakers on the second floor?
As Leo DeBartoleben, Development Coordination, there are no more speakers.
All right, good night, folks. Congratulations, Ms. Alamine.
No, they're not leaving yet.
All right, we go to the phone lines. How many we have, Miss Madam Clerk? 8. Can we get them all on there? We can and get them sworn in. That's right. We don't have to be sworn. That's right. All right, we'll go first to Miss Simmons.
Thank you. I have not been sworn in.
You don't have to.
But I am. Yeah. Thank you. My name is Cheryl Sanchez Simmons, and I'm here. I'm in California, but I'm representing my Sanchez family that are all buried in Woodlawn Cemetery. I am a 4th-generation Tampanian. I'm here before you to oppose the construction of the townhomes on what is zoned as public, semi-public land, known as Showman's Rest near Woodlawn Cemetery. To allow construction of townhomes takes away from the rich history of the cemetery and the very people that helped create West Tampa. My roots go deep in West Tampa. My family migrated with the cigar industry from Key West, and my paternal great-grandparents, maternal great-grandmother, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and many more are buried there at Woodlawn. Many individuals buried at Woodlawn were the founding families of West Tampa, like my grandfather, Phalo Sanchez. Phalo was a well-known barber to many in West Tampa, and most likely provided some on this council with their first haircut or their father's first haircut. He should be allowed to rest in peace with my grandmother, his daughter, and his parents in Woodlawn without development encroaching on his eternal resting place. When the city sold the parcel in good faith to Showman's, it was with the intent that it would be used as a cemetery. I urge you to do what's right for those who came before us and vote no on the residential development of the Showman's parcel and make the land use permanently public, semi-public. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go next to Mr. Suarez. Can you unmute yourself, sir? We still can't hear you. Still can't hear you. I think you're still muted. All right, we'll come back to you. What about Ms. Boyles?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Beatrice Bowles, 709 West Woodlawn Avenue, half a block from the proposed development. I speak in opposition, and I empathize with the Showman's need for funds, but changing the comprehensive plan is not an appropriate solution to that problem. There are other programs to help organizations with financial difficulties. I also have a great respect for the Showman's history, and I think the Showman's Cemetery and the subject parcel and all of the 6 existing cemeteries there at the Woodlawn complex, all of those cemeteries should be part of a historic district, and they should be protected accordingly. It's a very rich and very diverse history that we share in that 40-acre parcel that was originally bought in 1888. They can sell their property to a private cemetery operator, and there is a private group with a wonderful track record in the cemetery and funeral industry that has made an offer, or they've expressed an interest, excuse me. And recently they've tried to contact Showman's again, I've been told. So something like that should be seriously considered. Now, the highest and best use of the property at this point, because it's quasi-public use, it is for a cemetery. And the price should reflect that kind of value, not a trumped up residential value. I want to remind the council of the tax exempt status, total exemption from property taxes for 50 years on this parcel due to its status as a cemetery. Now, every year, every property owner has to take an oath kind of about to apply for an exemption. And for 50 years, they have been taking this kind of oath and getting an exemption based on the predominant use, that is the law. 51% of the use of the parcel has to be for a qualifying purpose, in this case, cemetery purpose. And the existence of that mausoleum right there on a little corner of that same tax folio number was part of the justification, that somehow they needed this 1.5 acres to support the mausoleum. Well, the mausoleum is still there, it's still partly empty, so shouldn't that land still be necessary to be used? I mean, can they say that it's a cemetery, that it's a cemetery for 50 years and then turn around to try to sell it and say it's never been a cemetery, it's not a cemetery? I don't think that's fair. So I ask for you to please vote no, because it is a cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you for the information, ma'am. Ms. Holmes?
Do I need to be sworn in?
No, ma'am, you don't.
Okay. My name is Martha Holmes. I have lived in Tampa most of my life. I don't live in the Woodlawn neighborhood. In fact, I live outside the Tampa city limits. However, I love Tampa history and strongly believe it should be preserved. Woodlawn is not only a cemetery, it is an historical site. We are seeing endless building all over Tampa, resulting in the character of neighborhoods being spoiled, and now we are faced with the possibility of more building in a cemetery. I have discovered the names of many of the citizens of Tampa who are now resting at Woodlawn, some well-known, some little-known. I would like to talk about a few of them. The most recognizable are the monuments to Dr. and Mrs. Hiram Hampton, Clara Fry was buried there in 1936. Dr. William Henry Mudge, physician and city health officer of Port Tampa City, buried there in 1939. The Eli Witt family mausoleum. Charles Stump, well-known Tampa weatherman in the 1950s. At least 3 Tampa mayors, Edward Clark, Madison Post, and George Bascom Sparkman. Stephen Sparkman, a U.S. congressman from 1895 to 1917. Maybelle Yange, a 15-year-old girl who died of typhoid fever in 1907. Officer James Runco of the Tampa Police Department, buried in 1916 after being shot on duty, buried next to his 6-year-old son who had died 2 months before him. Another Tampa police fallen officer, Samuel Carter, shot while on the job in 1905. City Marshal Joseph Walker of Port Tampa City, shot in 1915 while responding to a domestic disturbance. James Watrous, a prominent citizen. 2 teenage brothers, Victor and Henry Stabler, who drowned in the Hillsborough River. Alfred Cohn, a private in the Florida Infantry, died in 1896. 4 members of the Brumick family, a well-known African-American family, 2 of whom taught at the Harlem School downtown. The Union and Confederate memorial blocks. Henry Clayton, a World War I soldier who died of influenza in 1918. These are just a few people that I found. One other concern is the loss of privacy that would result and the real possibility of crime, vandalism, and general mischief that will occur.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
All right, we'll go next to Mr. Sears.
Thank you. I'd like to share my screen if that's possible.
Okay, Mr. Sears?
Yes, sir.
All right, you state your name for the record. We can begin.
My name is Derek Sears. I live on Woodlawn Avenue, Riverside Heights resident, approximately 200 feet from the property.
Okay, you can begin
Are
speaking,
you
sir.
seeing my screen?
You can begin speaking anytime, sir.
We see your screen, but it's
Right.
it's just us looking at
What's the screen?
at the speakers. You probably have to bring another screen forward.
There we go.
There you go.
All right, thank you.
Nope.
We lost it again. There it is. We got it.
There we go.
All right. So this application is not consistent with the Imagine 2040 Comprehensive Plan. I'm going to explain why. Objective 1.2 states the plan should respect Tampa's unique history, natural environment, and sensitive community. The Heights community is pleading with this council to uphold their civic duty and not allow a neighborhood's history and identity to be diminished for profit. Development within the community should protect and enhance the character and history of the community, not molest it. During today's meeting, you have heard from my neighbors regarding the historical significance of this parcel. The proposed land use change will clearly have an impact on existing cultural and historical features. As exhibited in the photo, both the mausoleum and forestry will be immediately affected by residential development. I challenge the applicant to explain to this council and community how changing the current land use of this serene resting place enhances its natural characteristics. Land use policy directs development be compatible with the character of the surrounding areas. Developing residential units on public, semi-public land is not compatible with existing land use.
We lose him? He's frozen, huh? All right, we'll try to come back to him. Let's go back to Mr. Suarez. We still can't hear you, sir. Still can't hear you. All right, let's go to Mr. Fitzgerald then.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name's Brian Fitzgerald. I reside at 710 West Indiana Avenue in Riverside Heights. First block off of North Boulevard in Indiana is actually the road when you cross north as the northern boundary of the Showman's Rest Cemetery. We're very close to it. First of all, Ms. Bowles brought up several issues that I was planning on, so she kind of, I think it did it even more eloquently than I would have been able to. For instance, the tax exempt status of this property for the last 50 years because of its intended and partial use as a cemetery. The mausoleum is actually, I think as she said, on this particular folio. It's segregated out from the property that is seeking to have the land use change, but it is part of the tax folio on the property appraiser's records. And for the reason that it was originally conveyed in 71 from the city to Showman's, Greater Tampa Showman's Association for its intended use as a cemetery. And since it was owned by a nonprofit for a nonprofit purpose, it has been tax exempt. As far as a change of the land use on the comp plan, compatibility is one thing that should be taken into account or is taken into account on that. And as you've seen on the aerial and everybody's testified and talked about, this entire block is cemetery or open space now owned by the city and designated as residential. And then there's a church in the southwest corner of it. It's a very large piece of property, several city blocks in size. And there are no other buildings in that church in the southwest corner. And the location of this particular proposed land use change is in the middle of a block. Proposal to put, I believe, 15 townhome or attached units within it would cause transportation issues. There'd be only one entrance and access point for this. It's not on a corner where you could have one on each street. It's all on North Boulevard. The townhomes proposed, I'm sure, would be 2-story, possibly 3-story with a ground level garage. And there's no transition to any surrounding uses, no compatibility with any other use or anything on this particular block. On 3 sides, you have a cemetery on 2 sides, an open space on the 3rd side. The 4th side across North Boulevard is single family detached homes, not multifamily or attached or townhomes. And so there's no transition or compatibility with any of the surrounding property when the proposed use of it. Another thing I think Ms. Bowles brought up is that the property could be sold by Showman's Rest with the designation, land use designation it has. It doesn't have to be changed for them to sell the property. It might have an effect on the sale price, but they don't need to change to sell it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
We'll go to Mr. Henry.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Henry, you're up.
Good evening, Council. Fred Henry, 1209 West Braddock Street, Tampa, Florida, Riverside Heights. And in full transparency, I'm also president of Riverside Heights Civic Association. And just for the record, I know there was going to be a conversation about the developer or owners at Showman's reaching out to the community. I personally have not heard any form of contact or letters or phone calls in a conversation to have about this development project. I stand with my friends and neighbors, with this not being, voted for because it is a cemetery. And, really the conversation may have been different way back when the property transitioned over to Greater Showman's, in that, someone had said, well, you might later on put some development in for residential. Maybe that wouldn't have gone through. I'd like to think there's an opportunity for maybe the city to take ownership of that property, maybe bring it back into the fold to have the same afford the same zoning as got approved last meeting when the continuance was allowed for, it being recreational and, open space use was what it should be designated, in my humble opinion. I do feel for the Showmans, they need money to maintain their space. Maybe there's a way to help them as a community raise some funds to help take care of that space. I'm just saying let's be creative about it and be a partner, but I don't think the land use change is an opportunity to help this situation for the community and the neighborhood. I think it should remain the space it is. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Weiss, can you unmute yourself?
I'm Nancy Weiss, and I live at 709 West Woodlawn Avenue in Riverside Heights. My street, Woodlawn Avenue, along with Ohio Avenue, is the most directly affected street in the neighborhood, as it is directly across North Boulevard from the subject parcel. I'm concerned about the detrimental effects of overflow parking and the dangerous traffic conditions that occur if this proposal is passed. Because the parcel is part of a cemetery, there are no side streets bordering it, and the only way for vehicles to enter or exit the property is directly onto North Boulevard. This would create an additional hazard for eastbound drivers on Woodlawn or Ohio or any of the side streets turning onto North Boulevard, many of us being senior citizens. In addition, westbound vehicles from the property, the subject property, may choose to cut through our neighborhood to avoid traffic on Columbus or Martin Luther King Boulevard, thereby increasing traffic and perhaps speeders along our quiet streets. I'm also very concerned about overflow parking from guests of homeowners of the proposed residences. If there are many guests at once, such as for large parties, this would create several problems. First, since there is no parking allowed on Boulevard, the closest streets for the guests to park on are Woodlawn and Ohio. It's quite possible that their vehicles will be parked on both sides of the streets, of the already narrow streets, potentially blocking emergency vehicles from getting through. In addition, all east and westbound traffic and vehicles on these streets would have to drive in the middle of the street, having only one way to go. And this could create problems for drivers in both directions, possibly even a collision. And at the very least, the parked cars would limit visibility for all vehicles at the corner of Woodlawn or Ohio turning onto North Boulevard. Also, with the overflow vehicles parked on both sides of the street, it makes it much more difficult for the residents on these streets to back our cars out of our driveways. And the overflow vehicles could also be blocking our driveways. The subject parcel is virtually landlocked. I remind you that it is surrounded by cemeteries on 3 sides and enclosed by a 6-foot stone wall on the 4th side. It is an inappropriate location for residential development. I strongly urge you to vote no on the proposed change in the land use master plan. Please remember, it's a cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll try Mr. Suarez one last shot. Mr. Suarez?
Can you hear me, Council?
We can hear you now, sir.
All right, very well. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Honorable members of the Tampa City Council, I come here on behalf of various members of my family in relation to surnames of Suarez, Lopez, Pelaez, and Costa. And I'd like to ask Ms. Johnson-Velez to render an opinion or provide some guidance in relation to the statute that I'm bringing to your attention this evening. During this meeting, I would like to request council members not to proceed with approving an ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, its future land use element, and land use map for the property is located at 3541 North Boulevard from semi-public to residential 10. With this said, I would like to focus now on the monument to the dead that is found on the property at 3541 North Boulevard. The monument to the dead that is found on the property is in the form of a wall with gated entry points found on the western boundary of the said property. As a memorial feature possessing aesthetic qualities relating to the walls surrounding the portions of Showman's Rest that contain known burials, the said wall and its gated entry points are property features that must not be disturbed in any way pursuant to Chapter 872, Offenses Concerning Dead Bodies and Graves, Section 872.021A of the Florida Statute 2021. The language related to this statute is quite clear. It identifies if anyone willfully or knowingly destroys, mutilates, defaces, injures, or removes any monument or structure or thing placed or designed for a memorial of the dead, or any fence, railing, curb, or other thing intended for protection or ornamentation of any tomb, monument, gravestone, burial mound, earthen, or shell monument containing human skeletal remains or associated burial artifacts, it is a felony of the 3rd degree. Currently, the proposed ordinance relating to this matter does not have language associated with the preservation of the said property's walls or gates. Therefore, it would need to be amended to ensure the cited statute is not violated. Further, since the referenced monument to the dead is an enclosing feature found on the said property, then what is to be said of the vegetation on the property? Pursuant to Chapter 872, Offenses Concerning Dead Bodies and Graves, Section 872.021B, Florida Statute 2021, a felony of the 3rd degree is committed when a person willfully destroys, mutilates, removes, cuts, breaks, or injures any tree, shrub, or plant, place, or being within such enclosure except for a person performing routine maintenance and upkeep. Currently, the proposed ordinance relating to the matter does not have language associated with the preservation of the said property's vegetation. Therefore, it would need to be amended to ensure this cited statute is not violated. Given these cited statutes and relevant points of fact, it is apparently clear that the property at 3541 North Boulevard must remain a cemetery property under the present public, semi-public, future land use designation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I will ask Ms. Johnson-Velez about that once we finish the public comment. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll try Mr. Sears one more time.
Thank you, counsel, and I will spare you the share screen this time. Land use objective 9.3, direct development be compatible with the character of the surrounding areas. Developing residential units on a public, semi-public land is not compatible with the existing land use objective or policy. Relinquishing all input and control to a sole owner, developer, entity is poor city policy. The city receives no compensation in return. The city should enforce the pre-existing agreements which are made for the good of the community. This proposed R10 land use is surrounded on 3 sides by existing public, semi-public cemetery. Embedding residential development within the confines of the cemetery does not benefit the existing residents of the area, nor the souls at rest in the adjacent areas. According to the City Planning Commission, the adjacent area is best suited as a recreational open space, not R10. That's on all 3 sides of this parcel. Amending Showman's Rest parcel to R10 would be inconsistent with plans previously approved by council. The remainder of Woodlawn Cemetery is clearly intended to be used for the enhancement of the area's unique heritage and natural environment. A vote of yes to the proposed amendment would be contradictory with previous council decisions. I encourage each of you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go back to the applicant.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
My suggestion would be if you have any questions for staff or.
Yeah, I do. Thank you.
But maybe you, and then if you want to give the applicant the last word, then.
All right.
But otherwise,
anyone have any
really,
questions for staff?
It's your
I do. Ms. Johnson-Velez for Planning Commission?
Yes. Oh,
the gentleman recited several state statutes. Are you familiar with what he was talking about?
well, I did have a chance to look up Chapter 872, which I believe the gentleman referenced, and it just at first glance, I'm not intimately familiar with this statute, but it does appear to just provide criminal penalties for disturbing or removing a tomb or monument or disturbing the contents of a grave. So it's a penal statute that, you know, classifies certain offenses as a misdemeanor or a felony and so forth. So I'm just taking a look at this for the first time. So I'm not sure that I can opine on whether or not, and if so, how it relates to this proposed land use change.
All right. But there is a funeral burial statute in the Florida statute for funerals and burials. So that's why I want to know if you knew about that or not. Anyone else, any questions? All right, well, we'll go back to the applicant. Are they still on the second floor, the applicant? Oh, there she is, okay.
I am.
You have your time to rebut at this time.
Well, I don't exactly know how to respond.
Can you come over to the microphone so we can hear you, ma'am?
Yes,
You don't mind?
sorry. There were numerous opponents to that spoke about being opposed to building townhomes on the site. I think it would take a rezoning to build townhomes on this site. So that has nothing to do with the R10, as I see it, land use change. But that seemed to be, I know in the very beginning of this land use change and the whole process, there were a lot of people against townhomes. And that would take a rezoning in addition to this land use change. And then it became, the opposition were against what suggestions or accusations of bodies being buried on the property. And I mean, that's why we did all the studies that we've done to try and clear that up. I also wanted to say that I did reach out to Tampa Heights numerous times. Brian Seal and I spoke a number of times. I had asked him to be placed on the agenda for the meetings, and he had explained to me that the agendas for January and February were jam-packed, and there was just no way that something as big as this could be placed on those agendas. I'm surprised that he said that I didn't reach out to him, so that was disappointing. I also sent an email to Aileen Henderson in response to a note that she had left at Showman's Rest, telling her I'd be happy to meet with her in person or by phone, but never received a response back. So I was told that Riverside Heights had an inactive civic association due to lack of participation. If that's true or not, I don't know, but I did reach out to Aileen because she seemed to be the person that was the most active in that community. Those are the only things I really would need to say, and Michael's here as well if there's any questions at all about the studies or anything else. We're both here to respond.
Any questions for the applicant? I have one if there isn't. The property.
Yes, sir.
That we're talking about today, how is that filed? Is it filed as a tax exempt as a cemetery for 51 years?
It is as a use, cemetery as a use.
It's
yes.
a use.
Uh-huh.
So you're filing it, getting it tax exempt, saying it's utilized as a cemetery, correct?
Well, that's the use that it was sold to us under.
As a cemetery.
Correct.
Correct. Any other questions? Anything further, ma'am?
I would like to clear up, we are the ones that built the stone wall on this along North Boulevard. So that's been since we bought that from the city. And I think that, I'm not sure if there were any other issues, but that's all I have to say.
All right. That case, move to close.
Second.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco, second, Mr. Morano, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion granted. Would anybody like to take a stab at this for the evening? Would anyone like to take a stab at the last item of the evening? Oh, well, we'll give you, okay, sir, we'll give you thoughts.
Yeah, I'll give my thoughts. And first, I mean, I wanted to thank everybody that came here and spoke here today. It's late in the night, et cetera. The applicant who's here, I met with her, very nice individual. And I don't, think there's any malicious intent or anything of that nature with her. I think she's seems to be a very, very nice person. I would urge a vote no. For the simple reason that the transition sought is just not in the public interest and not in the local community's interest. This being a non-quasi-judicial matter, we have a lower threshold or standard that we can use and whatnot. I think that, that reason by itself is, standing by itself is reason enough to justify a no vote. There's obviously the so-called, I wouldn't call it an elephant in the room because it's been spoken of very explicitly, which is the issue of either the prospect of there being bodies there, which I know there's a conflict, et cetera, and we've all heard a great deal on this, et cetera, but at the very least and minimum, we're dealing with a property where it would appear that surrounding there are cemeteries and whatnot, which should, I think, give this council a significant level of pause. Again, I just think the lack of this transition being in the public interest and the community's best interest by itself justifies the denial vote. But when you put this issue of the cemeteries there, and again, I'm not talking about, because I want to be careful as to findings of fact, that there's disagreement between public comment and between what the applicant says with whether or not there's bodies there. That's fine. You take that issue aside. I still think there's enough justification to vote no ultimately on this. Whenever it comes to cemeteries, I've always had a personal interest in that. I always like visiting cemeteries. I think it provides a lot of moments for contemplation, et cetera. We have a lot of beautiful, beautiful cemeteries here locally. We're about 40, 50 miles removed from Bushnell Cemetery, a wonderful national cemetery for veterans. A mention was made by, I believe it was Gloria Oyster, for Cemetery for All People. We're not too far from Mount Carmel, I believe it is, African American Cemetery. Over in Pasco County, et cetera, et cetera. Reference was made to that acute history that I think hangs over us on so many ways, ranging from the, gross oppression involving Mount Zion to the cemetery to the gross neglect on areas like Memorial Cemetery. That history certainly weighs on us, and I certainly think is on all of our minds and cannot be ignored whenever we're dealing with cemeteries. So I think that all individuals here who have spoken tonight would stipulate to the fact that cemeteries are a holy place, worthy of contemplation and a great deal of deference and whatnot. But again, taking that aside, I think this the aforementioned reason of this not being in the public interest and the community's best interest justifies a vote denying that. My thoughts. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I know, right? I'll make that into
that's
the
pretty
motion.
long, wasn't it, huh?
I'll make that into a motion.
Okay. Ms. Vera, are you making the motion?
Yes,
to
sir.
deny?
Motion. That was the Louis Vera way of doing a motion to deny. So there you go.
Motion to deny.
All right, Mr. Vera put a motion to deny. Mr. Shelby?
No, I was just wondering if there was going to be any other comments or discussion on the motion.
Let's get through the comments.
But it was and there was a second. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There was a second by Mr. Maniscalco. I think Mr. Vera has a motion.
Yeah, is that the proper? Yes. Yes, sir. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is that sufficient?
Well, again,
Yeah, he can deny, he's going straight to denial. Yeah.
But then he
No, he
restated
was
it.
just talking, he was just talking, he said he's going to deny it, yeah.
He restated it's just a simple motion to deny, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
so
Yes.
motion denial.
Yes, sir.
It's getting late.
And Mr., if I may,
Yeah.
Mr. Shelby simply stating that I deny because the transition sought is not in the public interest and not in the local community's best interest. Mr. Shelby, is that legally sufficient enough under the standards we are given to meet that burden or standard that City Council must meet in making denial on the transition sought?
It would be my recommendation in order to, I mean, you've heard a substantial amount of testimony or comments both ways, but from a fairly debatable standard, if there is any discussion in support of that motion, if Ms. Johnson-Velez would like to opine on that, I certainly would appreciate her comments as to what it would take, if anything more, to make the record complete. Ms. Johnson-Velez, did you want to add anything with regard to what council's conversation or discussion on the motion should be in this matter? I'm sorry. You're on mute.
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. Again, this is a legislative decision, so council has, is not confined by the competent substantial evidence standard, and instead it's the fairly debatable standard. And I would just call council's attention, I believe it's the last attachment to your packet there from the Planning Commission that speaks to amendment of any aspect of the comprehensive plan being a major policy decision. And it amounts to a declaration that the growth and development pattern initially sought by the city in a particular location, so for this piece of property, is no longer appropriate. And so if you believe that the current land use designation is no longer appropriate, then it's, appropriate, then it would be fair to consider the requested land use change. But if you don't believe that, if you believe that the designation is still appropriate, then, your decision should reflect that as well.
If I may, sir.
You recognize, sir?
Yeah, and I also want to add there that I do believe that the present designation is appropriate, not worthy of change, and said designation sought to be changed would go against the nature and the character of the local community.
Mr. Carlson, discussion.
Yeah, I just some comments quickly. I also met with Ms. Caddick, and very interesting story, very nice person. I love hearing the stories of all the people that are involved with the Showman's Rest. It's a very interesting part of our history of our area and of a really American history. And I think they deserve to be respected along with everyone else in the Woodlawn Cemetery and others. We have this problem where cemeteries are just not self-sustaining, and the city is taking on more almost yearly, it seems like, and we're going to be facing this burden, and we've got to find some solutions for it, because these cemeteries deserve to be protected. The people in them deserve to have their remains protected. I can tell you, I also was very disappointed in the way this was mischaracterized in the media, and how this organization has been maligned in the media. And I would just suggest that folks, not the folks who spoke tonight, but other folks who spoke to the media, we need to make sure that when we talk about issues like this, that the truth gets out, and that we're fair in the way we discuss it. I think this organization is at a disadvantage because they couldn't afford a representative also. And so they put up a valiant effort to put all the messages forward. I philosophically don't think it makes sense to put housing in an area that adjacent to a cemetery. And so I wouldn't support this, but somehow we need to solve this problem for them. They may have options in front of them. Someone mentioned a private cemetery company. If not, at some point the city is either going to buy this land or take over the responsibility of this. And we probably can make a motion afterwards, but somehow we have to solve this. We need to be respectful of the people that were there, and we need to figure out how to resolve this at a minimal cost to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Mr. Carlson, as a boy, I used to walk down the street from North B and Fremont to the show, which is right around the corner on Cass Street, where the fair was. As a small boy. So I'm familiar with the club and what they do and respect them highly. But someone who deals in death every week, people's emotions get involved when death comes. Their emotions, the loved ones. Everybody grieves differently. Everyone grieves differently. And when someone feels, especially at a cemetery, that someone's going into a cemetery, sometimes I used to get calls of police when a grave has been desecrated or busted. People's minds, they just go in different directions. It's a spiritual thing. It's very spiritual. When people talk about a cemetery or death, it's something unbeknown because everyone has a different feeling of death. If a person has never experienced it, they don't know. But when people have experienced it, or they've gone to funerals, it's a different feeling for everybody. And you're right, Mr. Carlson, it probably wasn't, people didn't probably handle it the right way because the showman groups have done so much good work and it's historical here. And all we can say is that we hope that those who did do those type of things can make it within themselves to be apologetic now, understand that there is two sides, but at the end game, death is something that people just don't understand sometimes, and their emotions get involved with death. So I can't support it at all because since the cemetery was purchased, it was purchased as a cemetery. It was purchased as a cemetery. And for 51 years, they've been not paying taxes because it's been designated or filing as a cemetery. So in my mind, it's a cemetery. It's a cemetery. Yes, they're in financial straits, but I can tell you there are funeral homes and there are funeral trusts that are private owners that can come in and will take over cemeteries. They have that. And that cemetery is not a bad cemetery. Like you've seen some others that it may be too much work and some investors don't want to take those on. So there are some avenues. I know the city has got a program now. You saw the mayor went out to Memorial. I think Mr. Vieira went out because I couldn't make it that day. That the city they recognize that this is going to be happening. So right now they are trying to find a way to make sure we can help these type of situations when they do come up. Because again, this will come up again. So again, you are right, Mr. Carlson. We have to be mindful of our history as well and what the Showman folks have done. There's a motion on the floor.
And may I, if I may?
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate Councilman Carlson saying about the more salacious, as he correctly termed it, allegations. I made sure when I was speaking after my motion to divorce my motion and my findings from any of these salacious allegations. Like I said at the beginning, the applicant is a very, very nice person. And a lot of the sentiments that I said regarding things like cemeteries, I think are universally affirmed by everybody who's here. Sometimes things aren't necessarily black and white, there's gray. But even I think when you take the gray into the situation, I do think that a denial is certainly warranted. But again, I appreciate that. And with regards to the issue of City of Tampa cemeteries, I mean, I personally support a robust, assertive, aggressive role in the city, for the city of Tampa, and any local government whenever it comes to preservation of cemeteries. That's our heritage, that's who we are, and it's a holy issue, and it's a good use of taxpayer funds, in my opinion. But yeah, but thank you.
Motion on the floor by Mr. Vieira, second by Mr.
Maniscalco.
Mr. Shelby?
Just an affirmation, just to restate that it's the motion to deny the TA CPA 21-13.
Motion to deny. Motion to deny by Mr. Vieira, second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call.
Maniscalco. Miranda.
Yes.
Dinkfelder. Carlson.
Yes.
Vieira. Cedral. And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfeller being absent.
All right, Mr. Shelby, anything, sir?
Have a motion you had planned to make relating to.
I have a motion here for you. I was asking, did you have anything else, sir?
No, sir, thank you very much.
All right, Mr.
I'd
Maniscalco.
just like to say thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Maniscalco, can you take the gavel one more, because I have a motion for Mr. Shelby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Shelby's asking that I put on the agenda that we make a motion to add to next week's March 3rd agenda on the staff report for City Council to discuss having the facilitator for the charter workshop set for March 24th.
We have a motion from Chairman Goods, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Anything else, sir?
That's it, sir.
Back to you.
We'll go, anything else, Mr. Shelby?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Vieira?
Yes, sir. Quick ones. If I may, we have on March 29th, the county is doing a Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans event that is could be attended by many people. It's actually in the morning, and our Pride Parade, I believe, is that, I think, at 4 p.m. And I wanted to invite for just a 5-minute presentation, not a commendation, Colonel Jim Fletcher, the president of Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 787, to advise the community on this event, because I think people should come.
Is that again, sir?
March 17th.
Would that
Is
be
that
under
presentation day, or what is it?
It's just a 5-minute presentation under the beginning. My mind's not
That's on a
working.
regular meeting, sir?
Yeah, but not a commendation. It's not a commendation.
Mr. Vieira, because it's the veterans, but the rule is now, all presentations and
Oh, I didn't know
accommodations go on that day. But because the event, I think council will probably go ahead and allow it because of the event.
And I'll tell you what, if y'all would like, we can move it to Commendation Day. I can inquire with them and see if their calendar would be amenable to that. I have no problem with that. But if I may, I'll make it now for that date, and then we can check, and we can have Brandon
Since
look
it's
at that.
for that event, go ahead. It'll be
Yes,
fine.
sir. Thank you.
Anything else, sir?
No, did we vote on that?
Nope, I didn't hear a vote. Did I?
I'm second. I apologize. It's getting late. I apologize. Mr. Maniscalco, second
all out of
for that 17th. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
If I may, a motion for the city of Tampa to consider providing funding for establishing a signalized light at the intersection of Greenhampton Drive and County Line Road, at East County Line Road and Dunham Station. While the roadways don't necessarily belong to the city, these dangerous intersections directly impact city residents of Greenhampton and Tampa, and I'd like for that to come back to us, by golly, what are we in the first week of May, if I may? As a
Second by
written
Mr.
report.
Maniscalco. You got a date, though, Madam Clerk? You said second week in May, sir?
First, second, whatever is not that packed.
What do you have, Madam Clerk?
I see the 5th regular, the 5th of May, or the 19th of May.
There you go, 19th, let's do it.
19th of May is a
19th
written
of May.
report, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
19th of May for the traffic light. Mr. Maniscalco, did you second that, sir? Yes, sir. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
And then lastly, and I sent a memo on this, and I know it's late, but I wanted to at least begin to bring up, to address the substantial backlog in land use hearings, I want to ask, subject obviously to a majority vote, staff at an upcoming city council meeting to come back with a plan for an additional meeting to be added to a calendar. What I foresee happening is 3 or 4 months, having one additional meeting, 12 or so hearings. We're all very, very busy. I'm an attorney. I totally get it. Very, very busy. But what I would like to do for that, because I do know that, time is precious and time is certainly money for our private sector careers, that we replace, and again, this can be part of a discussion, but I would just put it out there, that we replace the Commendation Day for that, maybe beginning in May or June, to make room for what is, the business of city council moving forward, these land use hearings. I would just like to maybe, because I know people want to opine on that, everybody's got feelings on it, et cetera, but maybe just to have that come back to us for a discussion, because I do think it's a discussion we should have and whatnot, given the backlog in hearings.
All right, would that be like for this, okay, we'll do, leave that discussion for now, okay.
No, I mean, what I would suggest is that maybe we bring it back, gosh almighty, I don't know, maybe in 2 weeks or so. Again, if we forward it, it's not people signaling approval for it. It's simply saying that we're gonna have a discussion on it and that we could do other things. For example, I put in the commendation issue, scaling that back so that we can make room for this for a very time-limited period, 3 to 4 months, just to wipe out 50 or so of these, given the backlog. Again, it's not something that I want to do, trust me, but just
We've been
putting it
saying
out
that
there.
for a long time. We've
Yep.
been saying that for a long time. It's just too much.
Been around for a long time.
A long time, so we have to make a decision and do what we're gonna do.
But I would urge if I may, sir, if I may, I would urge that if we do that, that we scale back on other things temporarily during that time so as to address the additional time investments that council members will have to make. Because again,
We'll
we're all
make the
very
motion for the
sensitive.
discussion tonight. What date you wanna use for the discussion for
7th,
tonight?
did you
We'll
want-
discuss that then.
Well, the 17th of March?
Sure, if that's
Or the
fine with
7th of April, which do you prefer?
17th of March, I guess. And if staff needs more time, we
Well,
can.
at least a preliminary discussion.
Yeah.
Because, Mr. Chairman, just a reminder that obviously other departments are involved, particularly the clerk's office, CTTV, T&I, and the logistics involved, and
That's
certainly
fine.
land development and growth management. And the departments would need to coordinate to be able to present something to council that would be able to be brought forward.
And if I may, we could look at a series of ideas, suspending workshops for 2 months, whatever. And I'm just throwing stuff top of my head.
All right, let's get the date, we move on, we'll discuss that on that date, how about that?
Wisdom, sir, wisdom.
All right, so, Mr. Carlson.
Yeah, just quickly, I may vote for this tonight out of respect, but I'm absolutely against adding new days. I'm against having the accommodation days. I don't think it's fair to constituents. It's not really fair to staff either. But there are some months, I think March is one, that have a 5th Thursday. And if it's on a Thursday where constituents expect it, then I would be okay with it. But besides that, I would not. So I will support the motion, but I just want to let staff know I'm not in favor of adding any other additional days. It's too confusing for the public, and the public will think we're trying to hide things from them.
Okay, all right, Mr. Citro? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was elected to do this duty. I'll work 24/7. That is my job as an elected official. I tend to agree with Mr. Carlson that we have some months where we have 5 Thursdays. In my opinion, that 5th Thursday should be used for, shall I say, catch up?
Yeah.
But here, we've been here for 13 hours now. We've been here for 13 hours. We've got 1 hour off for lunch. Again, I don't mind. But we've got staff, we've got citizens, and we have to do something. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Fifth Thursday sounds good, though. All right, so Mr. Vera has a motion on the floor. We get a date for that? Mr. Shepard, was it a date? March 17th. Mr. Maniscalco seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Mr. Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. I have a motion by request of the Planning Commission to set an adoption hearing for TA/CPA 21-27 on April 28th, 2022 at 5:01 p.m. and direct the legal department to provide the city clerk with a form of notice for advertising the public hearings.
All right, motion, Mr. Maniscalco. Have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Anything else, sir?
No, thank you.
Mr. Carlson?
No, thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Citro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to present a commendation to the Gasparilla Music Foundation, a 501c3 nonprofit corporation that organizes the Gasparilla Music Festival in downtown Tampa. By doing this, some of their funds go to Recycled Tunes program. It is a program which, among other things, provides musical instruments and lessons to underdeserved local youth in the city of Tampa and Hillsborough County. And I will present it tomorrow night off-site right before I introduce the Black Pumas. Yes, I do.
All right, we have a.
They're a great
We have a
group.
second? Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. What else, sir?
Nothing further. Thank you.
The legend.
I've got 3 things to tell you, sir. Receive and file.
Motion receive and file.
Second.
All right, Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. We adjourn.